Now I'm going to this prison. I don't know what to expect. I'm in for this offense, which is kind of beyond what I can even imagine what's going to happen. This was the most that they can do to you in prison, you know what I mean? They started me off in 13, 14 months in solitary. You would have got hanged in the past. I got life and 12 years.
So what was life back then? 25?
Right, so no, they don't tell you.
They don't tell you?
They don't tell you, Once you kind of hit proper prison, you're like, you have to do the time as if you're never getting out anyway. You have to kind of do that. 6 o'clock, opened the door. They've just unlocked it and went ding, 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 all the way down. I wonder if he's made a mistake here. I'm thinking he's made a mistake. So after about a couple of minutes, I'm like, open the door, I'm looking at like this, you know. This helicopter's turned up, landed in the middle, bang in the middle. And we're walking around looking at this, what's going on? And these two guys have run to the helicopter, tried to open one door, couldn't open it, gone to the other door, in, fucking gone. Because of the fog, they didn't know where they were going, so he's had to kind of land in a industrial estate. So now, then they've started having to hijack cars. You drink that tea and you're up for 3 days. He's put like a gram of speed in it. You're like, mate, you know what I mean? I want the other one. I want to go to sleep. They've given me 2 life sentences, so I owe them 2 bodies. So he takes a knife out. He goes around looking for people. Yeah, he's got like this hit list, done his rounds. He's got this guy, yeah, he stabbed him to death. He's put him under the bed. He's come back down and he's gone, yeah, there's one under the bed. People, yeah, I think they just find a natural home in prison. You go out into the jungle, you know, if you find anybody, shoot them. Yeah, if they survive, question them, you know what I mean? So shoot first and ask questions later, literally, yeah. They thought he was one of the hostages, so they've kind of threw him out with the others, tried to take him back in to kill him, and the hostages stopped them, held on to him, stopped them from killing, serious, yes.
Why did the hostages stop him?
You know what, it's humanity. And maybe he wasn't one of the fucking worst one. I mean, they was there 6 odd days. You kind of get to know who's the bad.
Mo is back. Part 2, Murder of the Indian Diplomat. And we're also getting his book out. All the links are in the description box if you want to get his book. If you want to follow him on his socials, they're all down there. If you watch part 1, Mo has served over 20 years, most of it in Cat A prison, if you're in America, which is Supermax, double Cat A. Because of the nature of his crimes, it was classified as terrorism and Kashmir Liberation Army, or Kashmir Liberation Front?
It was done under the kind of auspices of the Kashmir Liberation Army, which was kind of made up for that occasion.
Which sounds very heavy, but if you watched part 1, and I'm not trying to detract from the nature of the crime here, which was very heavy murder, but if you watch part 1, you see, you know, Mo was just a carefree student. He was going out to nightclubs, and what was that last gig you listened to? It was Dead or Wanted.
Dead or Alive.
Dead or Alive. Dead or Alive.
Yeah, Pete Burns from Liverpool.
And he kind of got roped into a conspiracy to abduct an Indian diplomat because the Kashmiris wanted one of their guys released from death row in India. And anyway, the operation went sour. The diplomat ended up murdered. One of the conspirators was apprehended, and he gave the story up because Mo did have an alibi, which was going to hold under some pressure.
Yeah.
But because a co-conspirator gave the story up, this guy was told to leave the country. He never left the country. He was apprehended. Next thing, Mo gets apprehended by a bunch of 6.5-foot guys with beards who look like ZZ Top. Said they would look like the Taliban if they wasn't white.
Yeah.
So Mo has a very charming way of telling his story. And if you do want to come on the podcast, take notes, because I just like to sit here and listen to someone tell me their story.
Yeah.
Mo started he got us gripped with his prison story about Charles Bronson, which lasted for 38 minutes in part 1. Then we backtracked and went over Mo growing up, visiting Kashmir, his brothers, what he did with his brothers, and sadly one of your brothers is no longer with us.
He passed away last year.
Yeah, and what led to him, becoming a student, studying, happy-go-lucky, gets roped into this murder conspiracy, then does over 20 years. So where we left off was he's been arrested, and you're at one of the police stations.
Up the Swanee without a paddle, basically. Yeah, so we're in West Brom police station, and once they've got us to write statements, the other guys have written the statements. They put their statements in front of me, and
so how many of your co-conspirators have been apprehended at this point?
Right. So out of the ones that were, excuse me, the ones that were actually involved, what I said they were involved that I knew about. So there were 2 that were there. Yeah. So there were 3 of us that I would say were properly involved. And afterwards there were another 3. 2 of them were done for getting rid of evidence, destroying evidence. And one of them for providing a British visitor's passport to Qayyum to try and get away. He got a £500 fine. The other 2 got small sentences. So we're in, once the police have got their evidence, as far as they're concerned, now they're sweet with us, they don't want to batter us or anything like that. So I'm there, I think it was I can't remember what day they got me on. It was a Thursday morning or something like that, Wednesday night. And then Friday, I think they reminded us for further. And then on the 7th of March.
What year?
This was in 1984. 7th of March, I went for the first time to a prison. So this was in Birmingham. Yeah, and it's in the Winson Green area of Birmingham. And so they call it Winson Green Prison, but actually it's called HM Prison Birmingham. And this is like an old Victorian type prison, they built them back in the days, Bentham style, you've got the central kind of rotunda, and then you've got these spokes going off it so they can see it. And so for me, it's like it's the first time, and I'm like this, I've just for a week, I've just kind of got used to not being able to go out of a room when I want to. And now I'm going to this prison. I don't know what to expect. I'm in for this offense, which is kind of beyond what I can even imagine what's going to happen. So we go into the reception area, and they take our clothes and everything like that. They give us a pack of clothes and towel and stuff, and then you go into this big shower. It's like 12, 15 odd shower heads. So you're going in there. There's all these other people in there. You can imagine. So you go in one side, then you go out the other, and you put on your prison clothes. So everybody had to wear prison uniform in those days. Right? So on remand means so you've been remanded in custody. You haven't got bail. Yeah. So there's 2 types of prisoners in a Cat B local. Those who have been convicted, they wear the blues, and those who are on remand who are wearing the browns. So but basically it's just the top that's brown, And so anyway, so I go into the next place, which is like a big kind of a room, and they're giving us lunch, and so I've been a kind of Muslim all my life up until then. So I've never had bacon or anything like that. So I've had to kind of be a bit dodgy about food that I'm eating. I eat burgers and, I love McDonald's and stuff like that. But, when it comes to bacon and pork and stuff like that, you're like, whoa. So anyway, so they've gone, what diet are you on? And I'm on a vegetarian diet. So they've given me this bowl of food, which it was just all brown. There was some rice there that was brown. There was some stuff, stewy kind of stuff on it that was brown. The carrots were brown, the potatoes were, you know what I mean? And there was some stuff, and it looked like meat to me. And you know what I mean? I didn't know what it was, so I'm kind of like just poking it over to one side. And while I'm doing this, yeah, in this room, there's a group of guys who are like bikers, yeah, and you know, obviously long hair, long beards, and all of this, and they're picking on this one guy, yeah, and they're going like, yeah, make a noise like a sheep or something. They're going, bah, and they're going, make a noise, yeah, sound like a donkey, you know what I mean? And I'm like, mate. You know, what if they, you know, this is what I'm thinking. What if they fucking pick on me next? You know what I mean? What am I gonna do? You know what I mean? Yeah. Next thing you know, I just hear a shout. What's he doing here? Yeah, there's a fucking screw there. Yeah. Next thing you know, they're just all around me, 2 or 3 screws with a dog. Yeah, come here. What's he doing here? Yeah. What the fuck? And all of them like, who's that? You know what I mean? So then suddenly they've taken me away, took me up to this landing on D wing. So and on the 3's landing were all the category A's. So at this time, I don't know what's going on. It's just a place in a jail, yeah. So so on the 3's landing, D3, I was there for like 14 months. I did about 11 and a half months remand. Trial, and then about another couple of months before I got moved to another prison. So I get used to kind of like, what is this? My other 2 co-defendants are there also. And D-wing, D3, the 3's landing, so it had a hard floor, so there's 4 landings in all. So you've got the first 2, then you got the hard floor, and then you got the next 2. Now, after a while, once we've been there a little while, you kind of get to know what's going on, right? So on the ground floor, they've got all the ones that are kind of seriously mentally disturbed, yeah? And bear in mind, yeah, we've got St. Mary's when you look out of the window, you can see the wall to the side of the prison, and on the other side is St. Mary's, which is like a mental hospital or whatever, however you call it. You know, every time there's a full moon, their alarm used to go off, you know what I mean? So on the ground floor, we got these people, and, you know, mate Sean, they were making noises like animals sometimes, you know, and you're thinking, what the hell is going on? You know what I mean? You can't, you know, these aren't people that belong in prisons. On the second floor, so on the second, so you got the ground floor, you got the second one, you got the ones landing. Second landing, you've got the overspills from Brock Hill. And Brock Hill was a YP. So all of these are kind of kids, you know what I mean? You know, 16 to kind of 21, and they're in a man's prison. But they keep them, you know, like us, they kept us on D3, they keep them on D2. On D3, you've got the category A's, and on D4, you've got the nonces, you know, the sex offenders, yeah. So the sex offenders, they're the ones that are kind of like the screws, lackeys. So the screws, they're the ones. That landing was spotless. I swear you could eat your dinner off the floor. It was cleaner than the fucking trays, you know what I mean? Everywhere you went, it was spotless, you know what I mean? And all, because we're banged up 23 hours a day at that time, you know? And all you could hear was the screws, and then you could just scattering a little, you know, rat like.
So are you saying they give all the jobs to the sex offenders?
Well, no, because we were just locked up. There was nothing. Believe me, yeah? and you know, after I'd been there a little while, every now and then we'd get a prisoner that's kicked off in a dispersal or another type of prison, and they'd send him on a lie down on D3. So lie down, there's right. I have to go into a little bit of detail.
Please
here,
do.
right?
More detail the better.
So there's a standing order 1074. This is kind of something that you know, it was in standing order 10 in 1974. We just call it 1074, where the government had decided that this is what they're going to do with prisoners who do a certain thing. So 1074, they send you to another prison for 28 days. Yeah, we call it a lie down. So and then you go back to the prison that you came from, you know, if you've had a kick-off or whatever, and they're thinking, you know, sorry, we're not going to keep you down the block here. So, and there were two kind of lie downs when I went to Gartree. Afterwards, I found out there's one where they just send you to cool off. There's another one where they send you to get a kick in, yeah? So, Winson Green for Gartree, when I went to Gartree, Winson Green was just a cooling off place. But I met a couple of people who were on lie downs there, and, they were telling me about what, the prisons were like. And I couldn't really imagine it. I was asking him, but I couldn't really imagine it. Even this one, I couldn't imagine. So D3, the landing, one side of it is facing the fronts of HM Prison Birmingham. There's the Acorn pub there. And on the other side is facing the St. Mary's. And mostly we were on the side facing St. Mary's. There was a big area where the prisoners were sent out for exercise. So, there's a big kind of a square path, and then there's grass and, some bird bath kind of contraptions there. And but for us, the exercise was on the end of the landing. You went down this staircase, which was covered, like steel meshing, wire meshing. And then you went into this kind of 30-foot by 15-foot cage that you just went round and round in. And then they would, because at the most we would have something like, 10 prisoners. At the most on D3, there was something like about 14, 16 odd cells. And so they would send, 2 or 3 of us out at one time. That was the only time you kind of got to talk to anybody. The rest of the time, you're just in your cell. You've got a radio and a newspaper, and you've got access to a little library they've got on the floors. And once a week, they take you upstairs to the library. You get a little choice of books. So the cells were kind of differing sizes. The first cell was massive. It was probably bigger than my room at uni, yeah? The second and third one were really, really small, and their windows kind of went like that, so you could actually kind of see the guy, but they put a metal contraption in so you couldn't touch him, but then you could if you put your hand underneath. So much for that. It's just for show, isn't it? And then the rest of the cell were kind of like, a similar size. And once you've kind of settled in, every 2 weeks, every week, I think it was, they sent you for, they'd put you in a sterile cell, and then they'd come and search your cell. So you went out on exercise. When you came back, you're in the sterile cell. They search your cell for hours. And then in the afternoon sometime, when they're ready, they'll just put you back in there. Also, you're not in that cell for ages. After a couple of weeks, they'll just move you to another cell. So you're just moving all the time. So category A. So at first, what happens is my folks, so it's only my family that's visiting me. So I'm going, so they say to me, you have to get your people to apply, to be approved visitors, So how this works is they send an application into the prison send their details to the Home Office, the Home Office send it to the local police in the area where they live, the police go round to their house, check they are who they are, and then it goes all the way back. So the process takes about 6 weeks.
Is that for all prisoners at that point in time, or is that just for the Cat A?
That is just for the Cat A's. That is just for the Cat A's, So the rest of the prison, the visiting room was, I don't know where, I've never saw it. For us, the visiting room, so everything was around D-Wing. So D-Wing's here, so the visiting room's on this side. As you go into D-Wing, you go down the stairs again, and there's like a closed visits, right? So a closed visit is basically 2 rooms with an adjoining window, and then, the kind of holes where you can talk to either, they haven't got phones and stuff like that, So, but what they used to do for us is they'd just pack us into one small room, and the screw would sit by the door. So, it was small. You can imagine. It's only built for one person to be able to talk to somebody on the other side. So anyway, until we got my people got cleared, they let whoever, come and visit me. But like I say, it was my family. So I'm in Birmingham, my family's in Luton, it's 100 miles, and it's a 15-minute visit. So even though they can visit every day, practically it's once a week. And, when I think about, how far they went and, all of that, yeah, it was like a burden, you know what I mean? And then my mum would come and she'd be crying and I'd be like, mate, and after a bit I told her, I said, listen, mum, you can't do this, because, you go and then I'm going back and all I can see in my cell is your tears and it just drives me mad, And after that, she didn't cry.
I imagine you can't hug your visitor in
No,
Cat A.
you could. No, you could.
Can?
No, because, right, so I don't know what the criminal kind of fraternity visits are like, yeah? I can only say from my perspective what it was like. They pretty much let us kind of hug and stuff. I know, we would just, there weren't a table or something, anything like that. I mean, this was one half of a closed visits room. So we were all packed in chairs and, it was all right. And
in high security in America, you're behind plexiglass.
Yeah.
And you're chained to your chain and you're on a phone.
America is just like inhuman, you know what I mean? They just take everything that's human about you and put it to one side and go, right, it's like you're like an animal, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, definitely.
I think so. So anyway, so that's what the visits were like. There was one time, one officer, and this guy, after a while, you kind of get to know some of them who want to talk to you. So this guy had been around the world, he spent time in Singapore, and, he gave us 45 minutes one time.
Oh, wow.
So, it was up to them, but if they were being twats, they just, 15 minutes, right, your time's up, So...
were the times when they wouldn't let them in, because like dress code or anything?
Not in... it didn't happen in... Winson Green. It didn't happen there. Has it ever happened? It has happened. I think it happened. Oh no, yeah. that was a different story. My little brother got caught with a bit of drugs on it. It was a spliff. Yeah, literally, and his own. It wasn't even for me, you know what I mean? Oh, mate, that was funny.
Oh.
But anyway, I was fuming. But, what can you do? When you're captured, innit? You know what I mean? So about the prisons, yeah? So I'm in a Cat B local. Cat B locals are where you've just been arrested and you're on remand or you've just been convicted and you're waiting to go to a prison. So they decide, whether you're Cat A, Cat B, Cat C, whatever, and send you to that jail. So, most big cities have, Liverpool's got one, Manchester's got one, Leeds has got one, Armley, yeah. And... but then there's 3 types of Cat B prisons. So there's a Cat B local, there's a Cat B training. That is where, if you're of a certain security, you go to that one. And there's Cat B dispersals. Yeah, Cat B dispersals is where the Category A prisoner, if you're Category A, that is where you go to do your time. They don't actually call it a Cat A prison, but it's part of something called the Category A estate. Yeah, so there was maybe about 9 odd prisons there, including a couple of like Wood Hill and Belmarsh that are part of the Category A estate. Yeah, so you've got Cat B dispersals, and then you got Cat C and Cat D. Obviously, low security, and that's that. So Cat A, and at that time I didn't know what that meant. Category A, they put you on Category A. So this is a security classification that if you have the resources to effect an escape and your escape is going to be a danger to the public, that is the reason for putting you on Category A. Yeah, so you've got people outside, or you've shown that you're determined enough to escape. Yeah. And that you're going around shooting. So, as far as they're concerned, we're terrorists, I mean, we've done this for somebody in an Indian jail, maybe somebody will do that for us here. So, and also at that time, I didn't realize there are kind of 3 levels of Category A. So there's Category A, there's high risk Category A, and there's exceptional risk Category A. Yeah.
Is that double A?
Yeah, so yeah, what we call A, double A, and triple A.
It's triple A.
Yeah, exceptional risk is triple A. But in the normal kind of, when I say normal, I mean dispersal. In a dispersal setting, anybody on normal location, you won't see a triple A there. There's only double A's. Triple A's are in a special secure unit.
Who would be in that then? Do you know any like?
Yeah. There was. Right, so I got done in 1984. towards the end of '84, there was the Brighton bombing.
So he was
Margaret
AAA.
Thatcher, he was AAA. The guy McGee and Kavanagh, I met both of them in Gartrey afterwards. But yeah, they started off in AAA. And there was a mafia kind of a gangster. I was with his co-defendants. I can't remember his name offhand now. But his co-defendants, they were with us in Gartrey. One was called Montileone, and one was called Frank Saracusa.
So these were Italian mafia?
They were Italian mafia, but yeah. But I think they were based in Canada. So they were over from there. They'd got involved in, I think, drug running or something like that, and got captured over here. And what was that guy's name? It'll come to me later on. But it was like a famous case at that time. But the head of that mob, yeah.
He was the head of it.
He was thingy. And there was the one, Harry Roberts, for example, he was AAA for years.
What did he do?
He killed 3 coppers in 1966, Harry. Yeah. And there's been quite a few of the category, the IRA guys who were in special secure units. There was quite a few cop killers who were in special secure units. And even special secure units, there's 2 types. You've got one, that's the SSU, the special secure unit, and then there's one, that's the SCS. So you've got one where people are genuinely dangerous and they kind of can escape and will go out and do mad things as far as they're concerned. And there are others who rear up in prison. So you got people like Bronson on the one hand, and you got, sort of like IRA. And there was Andy Russell, the guy who escaped from Gartrey. No, he didn't escape, but he's the one who brought the helicopter. Yeah. And that story, that's a brilliant story, that one. So Andy, because when they caught him, they gave him a 10-year sentence, and he was in a special secure unit, and he almost escaped out of that as well. But that's another story, that one.
It's coming.
Yeah. So anyway, so you've got 3 levels of category A, and I didn't know at that time I'm a high risk category, so I'm a double cat A. So we're on D3. I'm just trying to get into the groove of things. I'm getting the visits, kind of like my the life I've left behind. It's just like it's cut off now, isn't it? Yeah. But there's one or two. The one situation where a friend Salim, who we kind of grew up together. We were at Leicester together. And he'd come with a couple of my Leicester friends. This was before I was properly Cat A. And they came up and visited me and kind of took the piss out of my plastic boots, as you do, you know what I mean? Yeah. And so, but then I got writing to this girl started writing to me who, she was at the university in Leicester, I was at the Poly. And we knew each other a little bit. And, that was kind of a good thing to kind of just take your mind out of the prison. And, you've been in solitary yourself. And at that time, I didn't know this was the most that they can do to you in prison. You know what I mean? They started me off in 13, 14 months in solitary. I'm by myself. All I've got is a newspaper, a book, and a radio. The radio's on all day. I've got Radio 1 most of the day, Radio 4 in the evening. And, I'm reading a book a day at that time. My eyes went, thing. And because what I noticed was your sight is kind of just restricted to kind of 7 or 8 foot. So everything, so the muscles aren't being exercised. And then they start atrophying a bit. And, after a while, I thought, hold on a minute. And then went to see the doctor. So there was only a few times I went off D3. One time when they were doing kind of, because they're trying to get you ready for the trial. Yeah. So after kind of 3, I told you before that, I was on a holding charge. Conspiracy to kidnap. And then 3 months after I'd been captured, they came to the prison and went, right, we're charging you for murder. unlawful imprisonment, and kidnapping. So these were the three, fucking serious charges, mate, And they took, because they're doing kind of reports, is he all right? Can he plead that he's nuts, you know what I mean? Well, they have to cover their bases. So they take me to the doctor, he puts all the, the thingies on my head. And, because you're paranoid, you don't know how this stuff works. Yeah. Can you understand what I'm thinking? Oh, all this is going to do. So anyway, so he's come back, he's gone, he's saying to plead, did an IQ test on me, come back, I was kind of quite bright, yeah. So that was my time in that place. After a while, Sean, when you don't talk to people, you kind of lose the ability to talk, yeah. So, and at first I was just kind of reading all day, reading and listening to radio. When I go out and exercise, I was going with, they were putting me out with one co-defendant, Sadiq, but not with the other one, because they thought we might beat him up because he's the one who got captured first, yeah. And so
he'd given information, I think.
So they got him, and then he kept his mouth shut for a while, and then after a while they had evidence, DNA and fibers and stuff like that. Not DNA.
The scarf.
Yeah, the scarf. You got that one, yeah. So they had the scarf fibers, yeah. So after a while they started telling them the story, and then that was it. But and kind of 3 months into it, I had, because even the other co-defendant Sadiq, he was like, he's a twat, he's a this, what, we're just going to be doing a long time together. There's no point, it's not like, we're not like the IRA or the fucking Palestinians who've been fighting all our lives, we're just like, we haven't been trained as, like proper terrorists or, freedom fighters or whatever, do you know what I mean? Let's just drop it, yeah. And so I pulled one of the governors and I've gone, listen, yeah, let him out with us. There's no issue here, mate. We're all in it now. It's too fucking late now anyway, It is what it is, isn't it? So after that, they started letting him out with us. And where was I? I can't remember. It's the first time I've ever. So anyway, we're there for that. So that was 3 months into it. So now he's coming out with us, and you kind of you kind of lose the ability to talk, yeah. So I remember one day I came out and I wanted some food, and I'm going. And in my head, I was saying one thing, and I was opening my mouth, and some kind of, garbage was coming out, and I was like, mate, what's going on? So after that, I started actively thinking about this, getting up and banging on the wall to the guy next door. So we had the kids below us, the YPs, they loved it. They used to call us Gary, yeah, short for category. Gary, knocking on the ceiling there. So we started kind of having chats, and then you'd get, as I said, people from other prisons who were coming from maximum security prisons. And then, there was a couple of people. One of them was Fawzi Nijat. Fawzi was, the Iranian embassy siege?
Oh, yeah. I watched that movie. And oddly enough, when I was in London recently, I didn't realise it. We were filming with Darren G, and I parked. We parked right outside that. I got talking to the security guys, and he was like, this is it. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah.
So he was the only survivor. Yeah, Fawzi was the only survivor. So, and when you actually hear their story, it's a lot different to what, the newspapers, because they edit out and all of that. And, these guys had come from Iran, and, Saddam Hussein had got their families kind of hostage. And, that was the basic kind of outline of it. That was in 1980. So, and Fawzi, like I said, the SAS just killed him. But they thought he was one of the hostages. So they've kind of threw him out with the others. And when he's outside in the garden and with all the others, they tried to take him back in to kill him. And the hostages stopped them. No, held on to him. Stopped them from killing. Seriously, yeah. So he's telling me like this story.
Why did the hostages stop him?
Yeah, but you know what? It's humanity. Yeah, it's humanity. Yeah, they knew what it was, And maybe he wasn't one of the fucking worst one. I mean, they was there 6 odd days. You kind of get to know who's the bad. You know what I mean? So he was there. There was another guy, John Bolden, and John's kind of given me a couple of books, like Soledad Brother about this guy, George Jackson in America. And his brother was in prison, and he tried to get his brother out, these are kind of really political books, I mean, that one, The Belly of the Beast by, I think it's Henry Abbott, yeah. So, so I'm reading these and starting to realize, where my kind of place is in as far as this is concerned, you know what I mean? So,
because Norman Mailer helped get him out of prison, didn't he? Abbott.
Did he? I didn't
and then he
know
killed a waiter and went back in.
Some people are what they are,
like
isn't
that.
it? Yeah.
In the belly of the beast.
The belly of the beast, yeah. Which one did Norman make? No, I'm thinking about...
You're thinking about the
Executioner's Song. That's the one I'm thinking
Executioner's Song, that was the big one he wrote, wasn't it? That won some prizes, I think.
Yeah. So, the other thing, so in 84... your family could bring in food, or so you could have food sent in, or your family could bring in food and cigarettes and half a bottle of wine or a couple of beers. So half a bottle of wine, a couple of beers is out of the, because you know what I mean, unfortunately.
What?
Yeah, that's up until 1986.
They could bring alcohol into the prison.
Of course they could. That was part of the thing. When you're on remand, you're unconvicted. You're.
Wow, I never knew that.
And in 1986 when they changed it, after Fresh Start, you couldn't do that anymore. So my mum, bless her soul, she used to bring like 2. Carrier bags full of food that she used to cook, yeah. And, there'd be like a biryani, a pulao, tandoori chicken, kebabs, all of that, you know what I mean?
You're making me hungry.
You know what I mean? I lovely, Mum can cook as well. So she'd bring it in, and so I'd get a visit on a Saturday. So then they'd, after a while, they know you're not getting any shit in and all of that, yeah. So then they used to give us the food, and what I'd do, I'd keep the food until Sunday, because Sunday we used to get they used to give us a salad at 3:00 in the afternoon, and then you got to wait till 8:00 the next morning, and you were starving, yeah. So what I used to do, I'd save the food, yeah, and I'd at lunchtime I'd put it in the hot plate, and the screws, they were all right, most of the time they were all right, yeah. So I'd put it in the hot plate. They'd put the hot plate on full. So by the time I got out at 3:00, I used to make a tray for myself, a tray for me 2 co-defendants, and 1 or 2 of the other prisoners, because there was bundles of food there, mate. You know what I mean? So and they used to let us do that. Yeah, you just leave it outside his door. You know what I mean? And Sean, wow. I swear, that is when you realise the power of food. You don't realise before then, yeah.
I was told early on, he who controls the food controls the prisoners.
Yeah.
I saw people just going through rubbish to find food, or someone drops them on the floor, someone else would pick it up and eat it.
When I read your account, I couldn't, I can't imagine having that kind of shite, seriously.
Red
But
death.
it is
Red
that,
death.
Red Death, mate.
Yeah.
It's just like those little, it reminds me of those little red, insects that come out on the concrete. That's what all I could imagine. If I saw that, that's what I'd be thinking. But yeah, so my mum. So when I've eaten the food, yeah, and I'd lie down on the bed, and bear in mind, I haven't had anything, I haven't had any cannabis, I haven't had any beer or anything like that. I'd lie down on the bed, yeah, and when the food kicks in, you start buzzing. Your body is humming, and you're feeling warm, and you've got that glow, and you're like, yeah, mate. And you think, that food we're getting is just nothing in it at all, you know what I mean? So... So we had that, and there were a few kind of incidents that happened while I was there. I was on the front side one time, and the kid downstairs set his cell on fire. And, you know what I mean, the fire brigade have come in, and there's thick black smokes coming into my cell. And because now, anything that's to kind of is a change from the environment you're interested in. Everybody's at the window, and we're all shouting at them, come on, hurry up, you know what I mean?
That can be extremely dangerous. I know a situation where prisoners have died from smoke inhalation.
And you know what, the next day, I swear to God, I never used to use the bucket. Yeah, I've had a wee in it a few times, but this time I had to. My stomach was going like that, and I swear to God, just black tar come out of my fucking back. Me fundament too. Seriously, you could have laid a fucking road with it, you know what I mean? I swear to God. And another time there was, this Scouser's turned up. Oh, what's his name? That was really funny. He was trying to escape from I found out later, he was trying to escape from Gartree. And Gartree, the visits room is outside the compound of the prison. So he got his mates coming down the M62, in these Land Rovers or whatever, with these chains, and he was going to put the chains around the bars and just yank them off. We could have done it as well. But obviously somebody had tipped them off. And he's walking, they've dropped him in, literally that morning, dropped him, and we're out on exercise in Winson Green. He's come out on exercise, and he's like that. He's walking around. I remember his name. He's well known in Liverpool as well. And he's going, all right there, La. He says, where am I? Oh, God, you're in Winson Green, mate. He said, I'm tripping my bollocks. So he's had some acid as well, you know what I mean? He doesn't know where he is. But, it's fucking nuts, mate. So what's happening now is we're being remanded every week. So they didn't have, the video links and all this, So we're being remanded every week. We have to go to the magistrates on a Friday, because we sent to the prison on a Friday. And so we're spending 1 day a week outside, and part of it is like, you don't want to be in the prison. Just anywhere is different, is better than this. So we've got 6 days in there. So on a Friday they take us. We've got our our civilian clothes. So they take our clothes off, put the civilian clothes on. I don't know what kind of handcuffs they had with you guys, But the ones they had here, they're like really old, They put them around. There's a kind of bar that goes in, and then they'll go around. There's a kind of a cog thing, the ratchet, And as it's going round, they try and get it as close as they can, and then turn the key, And with mine, because I look at my wrist, so they'd have to put metal inserts into the thing and then put it in, and then sometimes the skin would get caught into the thing, you bastards, So I knew once they've got you like this, then they'd take you out, and it was the old prison vans. And it was basically just like a tin fucking can, with little cells inside it, and little holes on the side for ventilation, you like that, just looking out to see what's going on in the world, because, you don't see it inside, innit? And because we were category, and even at that time I didn't know what it really meant, as we go out of the door, you've got like the Land Rover or Range Rover in front, you've got the motorcycle outriders, and, we don't stop. From the time we leave the prison to the time we get to Steelhouse Lane, it's just like, it doesn't matter what the lights are like. So the motorcycle outriders, they just zoom up ahead and stop the traffic this way and that way. And then you've got Land Rover, Range Rover, whatever, one in front, one behind. Occasionally you've got a helicopter. So we've got this fucking, it's a caravan of fucking infamy, you know what I mean? That just, like a bulldozer, you know what I mean? Just takes you all the way to the thing. And so there's the three of us, And there's the other two co-defendants, the two who got done for destroying evidence. And one of them called Majid, one of them called Jangir. And, so we didn't have a lot else to do. We just got, the police are thinking about, upping your charges. Just trying to wind them up, you know what I mean? They'd be like dead worried. They ended up one got a 2 and one got a 3, you know what I mean? But yeah, so that was a bit of comfort for us, you know what I mean? And, but, we could have had the once a month, but then you think, you know what I mean? You need a distraction. You need to go out. They're going to do it anyway, so might as well. So that was the once a week outing. Where I was, yeah. So we've got the exercise yard is on that side. You've got the prison hospital there, yeah. And there was, because every time we used to go out of the prison, there used to be a little old lady stood outside, Justice for Barry Prosser, Justice for Barry. What the hell's going on? And then found out that her son, Barry Prosser, was in the hospital wing of Winson Green. He died there, yeah, and and he was in, I can't remember what the cell's called, but it's like, one of those cells where you're not supposed to do any harm to yourself.
Dry cell.
Yeah, but there's another word for it. It might come to me later on. But yeah, so he's
like a suicide watch cell.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah.
So if you're enjoying this podcast, you will love Mo's book. It is available worldwide on Amazon, and I will read you from the back. Violence, drugs, and mayhem. Welcome to the testosterone-charged world of a Cat A prisoner. Terrifying, harrowing, eye-opening, and sometimes hilarious are the stories that Mo documented on his 20-year journey through the highest security prisons in the UK. From boiling water attacks to dirty protests, from riots to suicides, Mo saw it all. After getting sentenced to life for a murder conspiracy, Mo had to adapt to living with extremely dangerous, high-profile inmates, including members of the IRA, serial killers, and London gangsters, including Charles Bronson and the Krays. In this inspirational memoir, one of the best descriptions of UK prison life, Mo expertly tells jaw-dropping stories and brings to life the eccentric characters from a hidden world. It's like what you're hearing in this podcast, but in way more detail. So check it out. Available worldwide on Amazon. Links in the description box below this video. Enjoy the podcast.
So he's in there, yeah, and so he's not supposed. There's nothing in there. He can't. There's no cloth that he can hang himself, and he died from a head injury, yeah. And according to, I don't know, they said that we have these big blue cups here, and he'd been like standing on the cup, and he'd dived head off it. Come on, mate, it's fucking about 3 inches, 4 inches the cup. You know what I mean? But that's and the screws, they kind of got off with it. You know what I mean? They all got like pensioned off and all of this, and opened up pubs and stuff like that. So it was just it was one of those things. So in that time there, so I'm kind of reading and listening to radio, and time's passing, and it's just doing my head in, and we're kind of discussing what's going to happen. What strategy can you have? You know what I mean? We've already fucking given them the whole story, so we're fucked basically. But what happens is, people they think about something and they think that is going to change the whole fucking thing, and it fucking never is.
Clinging on to any possibility of hope.
One. Yeah, so he's going to me. He says, "Oh, listen, we'll say this with me, yeah, that when we went there, we tried to go out and we'll try to make a phone call to try and get out of there." I said, "Look, we don't know where the fucking phone box is. If they try and start asking you, where are you going to say where you went to? Where's the phone box?" And anyway, it doesn't make any fucking difference. We were there by ourselves for a whole fucking day and night. We could have gone then. And, at the end of the day, that's what it is. I said, it is what it is. So anyway, the trial comes up in January 85. And the trial lasted for 3 weeks,
What was that like?
And the trial was, it's every day you're going out there, it's cold,
There's a lot of media there because it was a big case.
Yeah, it was a big case. I mean, that was, it was like front page of all the papers and stuff like that. I don't know about the Sun and Mail and stuff like that, but all the big papers. And what they had was, we were in Court 5 in Birmingham, and they had a kind of a balcony thing. That's where the public was. And then downstairs we're in the dark, and there's just like and there was a representative from the Indian government there as well. The mad thing is, and Indira Gandhi, who was the Prime Minister of India, she got assassinated. I think it was that year, in 1984, for the attack on by the Sikhs. There was a lot of shit going on in India at that time. Do you know what I mean?
She got assassinated by one of her own bodyguards, was it?
Yeah. But it was, because he was a Sikh, and they were what she'd done, because the Sikhs were going, we want our own homeland. What you're doing is bollocks. You know what I mean? And so she had this Operation Blue Star, where they thought, in their holy of holies, that they were this guy Bindranwale. She was saying that they've got guns and stuff like that there. So she sent in the army or whatever, the police or whatever, their terrorist kind of units. And that kind of put a lot of the Sikhs' noses out of fucking joint, you know what I mean? And, she still had them as her bodyguard. And he turned around and killed her. I think it was later on, October or November, something like that. So 1984 was kind of a bit of a momentous year. Margaret Thatcher just about escaped, and Indira Gandhi got it, you know what I mean? So we were going every day, and it was like, it's like watching a play. Yeah, everybody's got their own little kind of role made out, and they know what their lines are, and you realize that the police, they just kind of, it's not what is actually the truth. They know what works. They know how to be effective. They know how what the jury is going to listen to, and they're going, I swear, you know what I mean? And then come out with a load of bollocks, and you're like, mate, you know what I mean?
It's theatre, isn't it? And they know what works. Totally. And they've got the most money to put on the biggest theatre show.
And the other thing is, they've got experience, yeah? Most of the prisoners, not most, but quite a lot of the people like me, we've never been in a trial before. We don't know how it all works. If once you've been a couple of times, it's like, the first time you do a play, you'd be probably shit, you know what I mean? And that's basically right, it is total theatre. That's what I kind of learned, And so the Indians, they had one of their own people. He was a guy in there. I was like, what the fuck's he? You know what I mean? Yeah, from the government. During that time, and to say that how big that case was, that Indira Gandhi, before she got killed, she was phoning the chief of police in the West Midlands area, and asking what he was doing about it. So you had this amount of pressure coming up from this massive country as well. There was a deal for Navy Harriers that the Indians put on ice until we got,
Because of you guys.
Because of us guys, yeah. They went, right, we'll wait and see what you do with this, you know what I mean? But we're fucked anyway, I would say. Anyway. To be frank. And they brought the people along the way who'd seen it, seen where the car got hired from, and as much as they could, and we were kind of like maybe holding out a little bit. I thought, because I wasn't at the scene of the killing, I didn't actually play any actual active role in it. Yeah, and the judge, when he was describing it, he said about my case here, my role, he said, look, if to the jury, when he's directing the jury, he said, well, look, it's like a cricket, if you give the analogy of a cricket team, he said the guy who's, the bowler and the batsman and the wicketkeeper, they're involved all the time. Then you've got the players who are like, in a circle, and then you've got the guy who's long gone. You know, he might not get the ball the whole match, but when it comes to him, he'll pick it up and throw it back, you know. So basically, that's what he's saying about me.
That's what you was.
That's what I was. I was the guy fucking long gone. So anyway, so he's...
it's conspiracy and joint enterprise, isn't it?
It was joint enterprise, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. So, and what got me the conviction was taking the lock off the door. So if I hadn't have taken the lock off the door, yeah, I would have been okay. I'm not saying I would have been okay, but I would have had a chance of getting off.
Just want to remind the viewers what lock off what door.
Right. So when Musarat had come back, when we were leaving that house with the diplomat, yeah. So I was sitting in the front, and they were sitting in the back. They'd brought him out. But we couldn't open the back door, and he said to me, "Can you take the lock off the door to get us to go out the back door?" And I'd gone to the car and got a screwdriver. So basically, that was the only active role I played in getting that guy to that place where he met his fucking end. You know what I mean?
Oh, to get him in there?
No, to get him out.
Oh, to
so
get
this
him
is
out.
when they were going out to shoot him. So this was that time. Well, coming in was okay, but you know, at some point along the way, that I don't know where that key. We never went out.
So that door
I
was
don't
locked.
know. That door was locked. You know, they must have took the key with them when they went. You know what I mean? None of us tried the door. I can't even remember what happened. And when Musarat came back on that Sunday night, he's gone, because I'd opened the window. He's coming through the window, and he's gone, get the door open. So that was the thing. That was the only thing that I'd done. So they said that even if I knew and I didn't do anything, I wouldn't have been guilty. But because I knew, so it's like, mens rea, actus reus, about that, the intention and the act. So they went, the fact that you knew that was your intention, so you already know, and then you took an active part, you took the lock off the door. So cheers, mate, you know what I mean? And so the jury was out, I don't know, about a couple of hours, 3-4 hours, something like that. Came back 11-1, guilty. Yeah, so, I was maybe, you don't know, but you don't know how long, you don't know what a year is, you don't know what a week is, you know what I mean? You can't think how long those sentences are. And the sentence I got was, so, when the jury's come back guilty, my mum and sister, they fucking, almost fainted. They run out of the court,
Can you remember what the jury looked like?
Vaguely. There was a kind of youngish guy who I thought he was the one who's kind of give me the not guilty. He's the one about the only one I focused on. They were kind of white people, pretty much all white. And the judge, when he was, right, so what had happened was they went, we'll drop the kidnapping charge if you plead guilty to the unlawful imprisonment. Yeah, so all right, you know what, at that time, it doesn't really matter anyway, you know what I mean? So, all right, yeah, so pleaded guilty to the unlawful imprisonment, pleaded not guilty to the murder because I wasn't there, didn't do it, So anyway, I got guilty for the murder, so out of the three of us, Qayyum got a life sentence and 18 for the unlawful imprisonment. I got a life sentence and 12 for the unlawful imprisonment. And Sadiq got 20 years for the kidnapping. Yeah. So, when I think about it, 12 years for an unlawful imprisonment where a diplomat of a foreign country gets assassinated is like nothing, you know what I mean? So the other two guys, they've appealed against it. I mean, I ain't going to get any less than that anyway, you know what I mean? I'll stick with that, The only one I was really keen on was the murder charge. And the judge as well, when he was giving me the 12, in open court, he said, I'm giving you the 12-year sentence in the sense that you were, roped in late and you weren't a part of it as such. So he believed my story, and it was, it was believable because of the things that had happened, the people that I'd said what I'd said, He said, in the way that you were unlucky in being brought into it at all. Those were his actual words, yeah. And so Okay, no, go back to Winston Green, mate. No, sorry, we're going.
So did you say you got life plus 12 years?
I got life and 12 years.
So what was life back then? 25?
Right, so no, they don't tell you.
They don't tell you?
They don't tell you, yeah. So they can give you, right, so these are the, if they give you a minimum recommendation, yeah, this was kind of like the capital cases, this is how I understood it, yeah. The capital cases, they give you a minimum recommendation, and so if you'd done that kind of killing where you would have got hanged in the past, that's how I understood it. I don't know what the truth of it is. Yeah, so they can give you a minimum recommendation. In my case, they didn't. They just said life, see you later. But the 12 is a kind of a guideline, yeah, to what your sentence should be. Now, let me explain how that system works, yeah, is in those days, in the early 80s, when hanging was abolished, yeah, the release of a life sentence prisoner was at the discretion of the Home Secretary, yeah. But in practice, the Home Secretary just went along with what the judge said. So the judge gave you a life sentence. He made a private recommendation, was how long you should do, or an open recommendation in court, but mostly private recommendation. That went to the Lord Chief Justice. The Lord Chief Justice put his kind of two penneth in, yeah, and then sent it to the Home Secretary. And the Home Secretary, by and large, would rubber stamp that. Yeah. By the time they came to the early 80s, and Margaret Thatcher and stuff like that, the Home Secretary, and this was Leon Britton was a Home Secretary at the time, yeah. And the year before, Leon Britton in 1983 had said at the Tory party conference, yeah, that terrorists, murderers, and certain categories of killers have got to serve a minimum of 20 years. Yeah. So when so I don't know how long I've got to serve. Yeah. So shall I just all right. So
doesn't that mess with your head though?
Well, obviously,
because for me, facing a big sentence and then finally getting sentenced was a relief because I knew exactly when I was getting out. So you've got this sentence now and you don't know when you're getting out.
Not at all.
So you've got that anxiety continuing.
Yeah. Well, you just had to go right. I'm probably once you kind of hit proper prison, you have to do the time as if you're never getting out anyway. You have to kind of do that.
So you're just assuming a worst case scenario in your head and everything else is gravy.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and are you thinking because of Liam Britton it might be 20?
At that time, I didn't know.
You didn't know?
At that time, I didn't know. So when I come back from the court, yeah, because I'll go into that because there was a whole heap of stuff that went on about that, yeah. When I got back from the court, I went to the cell. They called me in. So the first room on D3 was like, where you see doctors and stuff like that. We hardly ever went off the wing. And there was this little Indian doctor there, yeah. And all I could think of, he had this fucking, like little balls of hair out of his nose. When I see that, I just got a smile on my face, yeah. It just looked funny. And then he's thinking he's just got a life sentence. What's he fucking smiling at? Do you know what I mean? Different things going through different people's heads. You know what I mean? But I was, when I came down, so there was, as I said, 3 of us got the main sentences. The other 3, one got a 2, one got a 3, one got a £500 fine. The one that did the passport thing, and because he was gonna leave. Yeah, he just got the fine, but he came down the stairs in the cell holding cell. And he had some cigars on him. Yeah, so I've got a cigar off him. I sat there and I was just like fucking, Morrissey tunes going through my head. Heaven knows I'm miserable now. And my legal team come in and Wakefield and Krigman and Fryer and they go, no, you're taking this very well. Yeah. So, what can I fucking do? I'm fucked, mate. I've been fucked for years, you know what I mean? And you know what I mean?
Were you happy with their performance?
You know what? You don't know what to measure it against, Sean, yeah? So you don't know, have they done well, haven't they done well, Everybody thinks that they could probably do better. I don't know. I just let 'em. I thought, with what they had, they did, made the best of a fucking bad law. I suppose if I hadn't done a statement, then we had a chance of fighting it. But, it is what it is. And so I go out on exercise the next day, and there's a guy there, Billy Armstrong. I used to call him the Wild Man of the North, IRA guy, yeah? So I say to him, he said, oh, how do you feel? You know what I mean? What can I say? I said, well, my legal team are saying you'll do about 12 years. And he's gone, Mo, he said, you'll do at least 20 years. I went, nah, fucking they say no. He said, listen, you'll do at least 20 years, yeah? So this was 1984, 85. He got done for the Old Bailey bombing back in 1972. So you know what? After that was in my head. You know what I mean? And there was another couple of guys who were on that D3 with me who were, like serious people who kind of like kept my head a little bit straight. There was a couple of guys from Coventry, John Comiskey and Roy Meads. We'd done all that time together. And John came to the next jail with us. And the one who was kind of like my biggest kind of influence, kind of like a mentor, it was a black guy, Lionel Webb. And Lionel was, he got, back in the 60s when because he was like 10, 15 years older than me. So he was in his kind of mid-teens or whatever. And he was telling me his story. He was, and he got caught nicking a fiver or whatever it was. And the police said, put your hand up to all of these TICs taken into considerations. You must have heard of that one, yeah? So to clear up all the cases off their books and, we'll go easy on you, get probation. And he ended up getting fucking about 2-year sentence or something. So after that, he's like, right, I am just going to be a fucking hardened criminal all my life here. And he was like quite a successful one, in his own way. And this guy, and so he was like, he got me into doing crosswords and stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, it'd give me like, the Sunday Times crossword book and show me how this done. So it got me onto that. We'd have some really good conversation. He was like a gentleman type, not a stupid street kid. You know what I mean? This guy is serious. He got caught in the back of a van, yeah, with a sawn-off shotgun and a balaclava. Yeah, as they were going to rob a post office van in those days. Or it might have actually been in the back of a post office van. I don't know. So all of that time, yeah, he's going like do yoga. He's doing, he was proper. That was the influence he had on me, yeah. So I was like, yeah, what a fucking geezer, And then he got shipped out of Winson Green. Suddenly one day he's gone. I thought, what the fuck's happened? Nobody knows anything. Then 4 cells in Winson Green, yeah, they start putting these chicken wire outside, There's the 2 cells that are like that and 2 on the far side, yeah. And then Lionel comes back and then it's time for his trial, yeah. And then what they're doing is every day they're taking him out. Every day they're putting him in a different cell in one of those chicken wire cells, yeah. So, and the day before he's going out for the verdict and all of that, it's a Sunday, and we went out walking on exercise, and I went, Lionel, what do you reckon? And he's about 14 years more, I went, fucking hell, man, good luck and all of that. And you know what? He went out and never come back. Got not guilty.
Whoa.
Yeah. But there's a twist in the tail for that, yeah, right? So when I got to Garshry, I met this guy, Johnny Forbes, who knew him from the out. And John's fucking proper decent guy. Another one, John, he's another black guy, yeah, but he looks like a solicitor, when he talks to him, he got proper posh voice and everything. He got done for, importing cocaine, I think 10 years John got. But we used to get on really well. And one day, there was, before the time of Facebook, Crime Watch was like social media for for criminals, isn't it? So we'd be watching Crime Watch, and this thing came up about this guy. He got shot in estate agents in Tottenham, and he had the office in front, and in the back there was this report that he had a bed, and underneath there was loads of weed, bagfuls of weed, and somebody had gone in and shot this guy, and it was Lionel. He was dealing in properties in Portugal and stuff like that, yeah. So and then John mentioned that he knew him, and I went, fucking hell, So then John starts telling me this story. The reason why all of that trial thing happened with Lionel was Lionel managed to get a two-way radio, yeah, in there. So, obviously he had somebody, a screw or somebody. You can't get, in those days, a two-way radio was a fucking big thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, you couldn't put it up your ass, you know what I mean? So he must have had a screw or something like that on the payroll, obviously. And then they found it, so that's why they took him out, and that he nobbled the jury. That's he told me that they captured him in the back of a post office van with a sawn-off shotgun and a balaclava on. How'd you get off, you know what I mean? But Lionel, it was what can I say? You find the people that you find, and they are the way they are. And,
so had he been shot dead?
Yeah, he'd been shot dead. Yeah. I think, a lot of people who I was in prison with, a lot of them over debts and stuff like that, mostly over money. So many of them got shot dead. So many I've heard, have been out and got shot dead. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I was saying about the lifer thing. Yeah. So we didn't know. So you go to the next prison, and then 3 years down the line, they do your first lifer kind of review. Yeah. Every year they do your F-75 reports, and I think every year they do the reports. Every kind of 3 years they do a review or something like that. So the review was in about 87, 88, and they said, right, your first review date is going to be after 17 years. So that makes it 20 years. Yeah. So the way it works is your first review takes, if you get it, you go to an open prison. So you can add 3 years in the open prison, then you're out. Yeah. So my first review took me to 17 years, and then 20. So I'm thinking, right, but there was a case in 1987 in Europe, a Hanscom case. And because of that, they said you can't keep anybody in for longer than 17 years without reviewing them for release. So 17 years was the maximum they could give you anyway. Right? So if you'd got life sentence and they gave you a 10-year review date, yeah, you think, 10 years, if I get to an open nick in 10 years, I'm out in 13. Yeah, with me, I couldn't say that. Yeah. So I just carried on. And when I'd got to about 9.5 years, I thought, fucking hell, what am I going to do? You know what I mean? So then I started kind of, because I just put the sentence to one side, thought, you know what, just do some bird. You know what I mean? But just do some bird. And we'll get to that when we get to it. So what do you reckon? Should I get to the sentence, or should I just carry on my path towards the...
So you've did the first couple of years, then you jumped ahead.
Right, so...
What happened during those 3 years then?
Right, so what happens is I got convicted, yeah, and in about another month and a half, and so they're asking us, where do you want to go? Yeah. So from what I've heard, the best prison, the best dispersal that I've heard is Long Lartin's the best one. You do pretty much what you want inside. And the next one's Gartree. So I've gone, yeah, I'll have Long Lartin, yeah. So in effect, you haven't got a choice. They'll just fucking send you wherever. So, and they won't tell you where you're going either. So I put me in a van, collect your things. I had a couple of books, radio and stuff. That was it. And we end up in Gartree in Leicestershire, Market Harborough. So Gartree was one of these prisons. They built a load of prisons in the 60s, and they were tiny little cells, kind of about 7 foot by 7 foot. I mean, it was tiny, maybe 7 foot by 6 foot. It was as long as the bed. Yeah. You
got a toilet in there?
No, fucking hell. I'm talking about 1985.
Slopping out?
I mean? Slopping out, mate, you know what I mean? But the thing is, yeah, that now there's regime there. So this is a Cat B dispersal. Yeah. So we get there. It's a lovely sunny day, April the 12th, I think it was. Yeah. So I'll get there, 85, a lovely sunny day. I'm going through reception. And, it's just laid back. From how it's been, like everything's like this, you can't go there, you got screws around you all the time. Yeah, you got a screw there, he's got a couple of, orderlies who are doing all the work for him. He's sitting there having a cup of tea, everything's cool, and they're going, I'll have this, and I'll have that, and have this, all your toiletries and, bars of soap and shit like that, whatever they give you in those.
Hope you're enjoying the podcast. Here's a word from our sponsor, Harry's. Having such a scratchy face, I'm always delighted to get a new Harry's set. There's a foaming gel, hydrating night lotion, and the razor with the weighted handle really gets the job done. The trimmer blade makes it so easy to get into those tricky places to reach. The shave gel offers effective lubrication and just comes off like butter. It's such a smooth shave. It shaves fast, efficiently, no discomfort, and it is so smooth by the end. The hydrating night lotion is light and non-greasy. Harry's is doing a £0 trial. Start shaving with the products, just pay for delivery. Save every time. Save on all your shaving products without sacrificing quality. You're in control. You can modify or cancel your plan from the account page. Make sure to support our podcast and start your own skincare journey by redeeming a free Harry's trial set. All you cover is £3.95 for delivery. Just head to harrys.com/Sean, SHAUN, and have your trial set delivered to your door. That's harrys.com/Sean, SHAUN. Thank you for supporting our sponsor.
So I've got my bedding and stuff, whatever it was, and mate, I'm carrying it, and I'm so unfit, and I'm walking from reception, which is outside the prison. The reception and the visits room is outside the wall of the prison, and I walk into Gartree Prison, and by the time I get to D wing, which is the wing I'm on, I'm sweating, like that, mate. And I don't want to even ask him to stop because they'll think it's a fucking weakling, you know what I mean? I'm about 22 or something like that. So, and now I'm thinking, and the mad thing was, that day, there was a lockdown in that jail. So they had a lockdown, so they were doing a cell search of the whole jail. Yeah. But I don't know this. I'm thinking it's always like this, isn't it? I don't know, do I? I go up and they lock me up. I think I had lunch already in reception. And they opened me up at tea time. I went downstairs. All the prisoners are there then. I'm like, what the fuck, you know what I mean? So
You're the fresh meat.
Fresh meat. But it's not like America, believe me. It's just totally different, you know what I mean? But I'm in my head, I'm like, what the fuck, you know what I mean? I go back up. And then at 6 o'clock, because tea time's about 4:30, and then they lock you up at 5 for an hour, and then they do a count. They do a count 3 times a day. Make sure everybody's in the in the prison. Yeah. At 6 o'clock, they opened the door. They've just unlocked it and went ding, 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 ding all the way down. I don't know what it's like because is it electronic in yours?
Electronic.
Yeah, with these, it's individually, so the screw actually walks down, ding, ding, ding. And I wonder if he's made a mistake here. I'm thinking he's made a mistake. What the fuck's happened? I've never had this situation where fucking somebody's opened the door and left it, you know what I mean? So after about a couple of minutes, I'm like, open the door and looking at like this, And there's a lot of people all over the place. Everybody's doing their thing, you know what I mean? Nobody gives a shit. And this scouser comes rushing into me cell. All right, Della, all right. I'm going, hello, mate. He's going, do you smoke? Do you smoke? And I went, I had actually stopped. I'd stopped. I thought, you know what? I don't know what it's going to be like in the next jail. So I'd put Old Holborn, an ounce of Old Holborn on the side and I put an elastic band around my wrist. Yeah, this was me, aversion therapy. Every time I wanted to smoke, I used to give myself a twang, you know what I mean? And it actually got me off, yeah? But then I thought, I don't want to be in a block somewhere or anything like that. And they've got this over me and I'm dying for a fag and, you know what I mean? I'm being craven, yeah? I don't want that. So I stopped. And then when I went there, I thought, oh, this is fucking nice, you know what I mean? So I went, yeah, I do smoke, you know? I thought it meant, and you go, no, do you smoke? And I went, oh, yeah. And I thought he fucking going to offer me some gear, you know what I mean? Some hash or something like that. He's going, hi, my name's Eric. I'm on the short leg, yeah. Ask anybody about me. And I'm like, oh, all right. He's chipped out. This Asian guy, Suleiman's come in. He's got like shaven head and he looks like the part of the tash and everything. And he's just, hello, bro, you know what I mean? Got me out, took me to Mickey Ahmed, who introduced me to Charlie Bronson. And just like eased me into the thing. And then the next day was, cause that's when I found out it was lockdown. And that this place had a regime where you're out of your cell and you can work and you can go to education and, you know, you can do all those things that I hadn't done in all of that time. So the next day, Saturday, Suleiman, he takes me out and takes me to the gym, yeah? And there, the guy who's the head of the... So bear in mind now, they all know who I am. Yeah, because my case has been in the papers, it's been in the news, yeah, and they all know. So when I walked into that jail, I think, fuck me, what's going on? They all know who I am. So they're like, straight away, when he's took me there, the guy is the head of the IRA, a guy called Ronnie McCartney. He's like, because they've still got their army structure in jails, yeah. And he's, he's shaking. And Ronnie's just one of these kind of guys. He's only a little bit taller than me, but he's like, you know, proper... body around him, and he's, you know, one of those, like, he's had tons of coffee and all of this, you know what I mean, with a tash and all this. And so he's shaking me by hand. He's like, yeah, don't worry about it, everything's all right, anything you want, don't be, you know what I mean, don't hesitate to ask. The next one, who's in the gym as well now, is this is the guy who, he was the defense minister of the Abu Nidal faction of the Fatah revolution, because these are Palestinians who shot the Israeli ambassador in London 2 years previously, in 1982.
They killed him, did they?
No, that's what I'm saying. So they shot him, but he didn't die. Yeah, and so they'd got like fixed sentence. They didn't get life sentences. He got 35 years. Nawaf Rozan, his name was, you know what I mean? And eventually he got made into the defense minister. He got promoted. He come in the fucking Sunday Times, you know what I mean? Yeah, mad. So these are the people I'm meeting on me set. Can you imagine? That'd be like you meeting the head of the fucking mafia and the head of the fucking Nazi party come to you first day and going, hello, Sean, you're our mate, man, don't worry about a thing. Yeah, do you know what I mean?
So did that make you feel more at ease?
At that time, I still didn't know, because I didn't know what that meant, yeah? It's only later on that, you know, because everybody was just like, just gave me loads of room, loads of respect, you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? I didn't know how to take it. And at first I'm like, where's all the gangsters? What happens? How come? You know what I mean? And then it's fucking nuts, you know?
Yeah.
And so and then get used to what the thing is there, you know, how things work. So, you know, we've got these tiny little cells, but, you know, we're open, you know, like in the morning so they open us up at 8 o'clock. We have our breakfast. They lock us up for 15 minutes. They do the count, open us up again at 9 o'clock. Then you go to either education or work. And you come back at, I think, 11:30. You go on exercise or gym, and then you come back 11 o'clock. And then you come back 11:30, have your dinner. Yeah, take it up, and then you can either eat in your cell or you can eat on the landing. A lot of people used to kind of put a table in between two cells and, you know, sit just eat with each other. Yeah, and the main thing that you find with dispersal difference is they've got officers on every landing. So you get 2 officers. So Gartree, you've got 3 landings where prisoners are, 1, 2, 3. So you got 2 officers there, 2 officers there. You got a short leg and a long leg, and on this leg you've got showers and bits and pieces there. Yeah. So I'm kind of just getting used to it. What I'm going to do, And they've sent me to 5 shop, which they used to make T-shirts for. So it's a sewing shop. Yeah, and I'd kind of like in my head already, I thought, right, you ain't getting a fucking day's work out of me. Do you know what I mean? And so I went there and
I did something similar.
yeah, I just fucking smashed the machine about 3 times. And George, the guy was like in the shop, he went, right, he got back to the wing. So, and then what happened, the doctor, I got to know him and he was like a really nice guy, yeah. Chris. And I got chatting to him one day, and this was like in my early days. And I went, Chris, I says, I've got this great big hooter, yeah, and I can't fucking use it. I can't breathe. It's like so, inflamed all the time. What's the matter with me, yeah? So he's gone, you've got allergic rhinitis. I've gone, what does that mean? He's gone, you're allergic to dust. I went, oh, am I, yeah? So, and he's just there, just, you know what I mean, at the same time as I am, I can see where I'm going with this. He's gone, listen, Mo, he says, I know what you're thinking, but he said, you'll be really bored, if you just stay on the wing all the time. I'm going, listen, Chris, I just want the opportunity to have the choice, yeah, that they can't force me to go to work, yeah. He's gone, all right. He says, so he's done me, I'm excused all labour. All labour, yeah. Fucking 22 years old, you know what I mean? And so then they tried to send me to and every shop, every prison had one in those days, a mailbag. So in mailbags, yeah. So this is kind of classic prison thing, yeah. So you go in there and I told them already, I said, listen, I'm fucking excused all labour. No, you have to go, otherwise we're going to nick you, yeah? Place you on report. You have to go to the block and all. I went, all right, fucking hell, you're going to have to make me go through this. So one of the things, yeah, one of the things you kind of, this, yeah? When you get into jail, you kind of try and find a way around everything, yeah? So I thought, how am I going to get around this? I have to kind of invent this fucking attack of dust up my nose, yeah? So there was these capsules, these kind of squidgy capsules you used to get that you could cut them and then squish them on your pillow and like menthol, and they would help you breathe at night. Carvol, yeah. So I got a Carvol capsule, yeah. I go to the shop, a mailbag shop. I saw one mailbag for posterity just to say I've done it, yeah. I get the Carvol cap, snip the top, squish it up my nose, and suddenly my eyes on my nose like whoosh like that, yeah. I'm like, oh, man. You know what I mean? I go to a whole heap of fucking tissues, yeah? And I go into their office there, fucking, I'm going, listen, I fucking told you not to do this. Look what you fucking done, So they've gone, I'll go and sit by the gate, They got the gate open, it's summer and fucking lovely and fresh, yeah? And as it happened, yeah, the fucking number 1 governor, Richard Tilt, yeah, he was showing some worthies from the Home Office around. So he's coming through the door and he's like, Riaz, what are you doing? Give me the opportunity, you know what I mean? I went, see, I told you guys, fucking not to send me to the workshop. Look what you've done now. I've told you I've got allergy rhinitis. And he just couldn't get away fast, you know what I mean? They just didn't bother after that. So I was on the wing for like 18 months. And then in the end, I went down. The PO on the wing was Wally Walpole, and I went down to Wally. Wally, I want to go to work. And he didn't bat an eyelid. He says, where do you want to go? Yeah, not you got to go there. I want to go to 2 Shop, yeah? 2 Shop's like the dustiest shop, but that's where all the gangsters are, you know what I mean? So I want to be treated like all the people who get the privileges, you know? Why? Just because I'm little and fucking, Pakistani, whatever, you know what I mean? So that's how I got, you know what I mean? So after that, they never pushed me to go out to work or anything like that.
I just want to say that this is something we've never talked about on the channel is avoiding work.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot to discuss on that. Yeah. I'll just be brief for what I experienced. Yeah. So there was a point where they were recruiting people for the clipper room in the kitchen, which was washing the dishwasher. It's the worst job. It was like Hell's Kitchen.
Yeah.
It wasn't the food side. It was just like 200 trays come through a slot, and you got to. There was this big like industrial size car washer thing that the trays went in, and it was run with this gas, and it would explode throughout the day. It was just people's hair would get set on fire. It was just mental.
Nuts.
It was mental. So nobody wanted to work in the clipper room.
Yeah.
So then all of a sudden, on the medical run, the medical run size doubled because half the guys going to see the doctor wanted to get a waiver, like allergies. And one guy who was on the medical run, he'd put his hands in a bucket of bleach for a long period of time to show that he's got the allergies to the cleaning chemicals in the kitchen. That's people will go out their way to avoid work, won't they?
Yeah, of course they will.
They don't want to do it. Yeah.
And you know, it's like it's the opposite of what people think. Yeah, you know, outside you think, oh, I don't want to do a cleaning job; it's dirty. But in jails, the cleaning, when you look, it's like all the gangsters got the cleaning jobs. Right? The reason why the cleaning takes about 15, 20 minutes, and then you've got the whole day to yourself in your own environment. You don't have to leave the wing. You're not stuck in the workshop. You're not stuck in the education. Do you know what I mean? You've got that level of kind of little bit of freedom. The other thing is that, you know, in dispersals, I don't know if anybody's told you about this, about the cooking. Right, so in dispersal, they allow you to cook your own food, So you can buy, you know, meats and stuff like that from the, you know, the local shop or butchers that they go to, right? So at that time, I was still kind of like, you know, so I was with Mickey Ahmed and later on with Mr. Khan and Mr. Shah. So we were still kind of like having halal food and stuff like that, So they used to go to this shop in Leicester. So like an Asian shop, an Asian butcher's. And we'd give them a list. So they'd have this big list for the whole jail, So the canteen people, they'd go there once a week, get the thing, and then they'd keep it in the freezer in the canteen. And then we'd put a chit in the day before, and then we'd get the food out. So we had, you know, a cooker on the wing, there's 70-odd prisoners, but there's only a few of those that are actually going to use that. That, you know, you have to use your own money. So either you work, the money that you earn in the prison, that is what you can spend on food. So
what was your hourly? Because our hourlies range from 10 cents to 50 cents.
We didn't get an hourly. We got, I think it was something like about £4 a week, something like that. That was it, towards the end, where until, you know, like 20 years later, working in the kitchens was about 18 quid. But nowadays, because they've got, you know, private companies, they're getting a little bit more. You know, I think they're getting 50-odd quid, 60 quid, you know, stuff like that. But in my day, you know, most of the time I was on education or unemployed, or if I was on two shop, you know, we're getting about £4 a week, mate, you know. But, and this is where, you know, you've got the other thing going on. You know, people are selling hash in those days. That's what it was, you know. And there weren't no phone cards or anything like that. So people were buying hash off people and then paying them back through their canteen orders, because, you know, then they can get the meat and, you know what I mean. And you get a food boat where, you know, 3-4 people putting together. And then, you know, you'd have a meal every night. And, you know, it took me a little while to learn how to cook. You know, my mum would come, oh, this is brilliant. Yeah. And this is, my mum, she's deadly, mate. Mm. So she's, so she got used to bringing food in Winson Green, which where it was allowed, Now, I'm in Gartree, and the visits, I have to... they have to book 3 days in advance. Nobody else has to do that. Everybody else, all they need is a visiting order. They just come to the prison, show the visiting order, and see the person. But for a high-risk cat A, they book 3 days in advance. So she comes, she's like, what's going on here? Food, no food. She's made a vest, because she was a seamstress. I swear to God, she made a smuggler's vest, Sean, with like pockets like this. Wow. Swear to God, And then what she'd do, she'd cook this tandoori chicken. She'd put it in like crisp packet with the dip and all. I swear to God, she's mad as a hat, And then cover, with the cling film. And then what had happened was my brother, he'd bring her or whoever's bringing them. So they'd come. So the visit was up in the governor's boardroom. And the boardroom, there's two great big long tables. And then you look out the window, the bar's on the window, obviously. But you're outside the prison, as I said, before. And so what she'd done, now she's realised how much search they're doing of her. She's an old woman, you know what I mean? So she's, and when my brother comes, he's bringing, so you could have 3 adults and as many kids as you want. So I've got nephews and nieces. So, we've got about 3 odd kids and 3 adults. And so we'd sit at one end of the table. The screw would sit at the other end right down there. And then there'd be a screw in the door looking through the whole thingy glass door, yeah? And so my brother would go down, get the crisps and bits and pieces, whatever, and we're in a tray with drinks and all of that, put them on, and my mum would go slip out like that. I just, it never occurred to me what we did with the crisp packet afterwards. Because, if they saw it, my brother must have got rid of it. And I think he must have got rid of it. Because I think back now, I thought if the screw seen it, they didn't know. But even, I guess they probably did. They just went, fucking, it's only food, innit? You know what I mean? In those days, I weren't doing no nefarious fucking deeds on the wing anyway, you know what I mean? But she carried that on for 10 years,
Wow.
Yeah, 10 years. And you know what? I said to her one time, I went, Mum, I said, I know, but, it'd be really embarrassing. If they ever caught you, it'd be really embarrassing. And I said, you should really stop. And the next time, she fucking brought kebabs up as well, chicken and kebabs. Like, mate, just leave it. You let her carry on. She carried on doing that until I was in Whitemore. And then one time she got stopped with some chewing gum because you couldn't have chewing gum in prison. Yeah, and then she was coming through and she had it in a smuggler's pocket, and it set the thingy off, the foil. Yeah, it set it up. Yeah, so my mum, that's mum. Anyway, I was after about, then I was with guys who knew how to cook. So we were, always had a decent meal. And as I went further into it, it just got better and better. And then kind of getting to know other prisoners. Yeah. So now, most of the Asians there, most of the Indian or Pakistanis, call them what you like, they were kind of either they've killed a missus, yeah, or they're in for heroin, yeah. So this was like the beginning of the heroin trade thing, 84, 85, yeah, coming from, what's it called, Afghanistan.
Were they mules?
Pretty much. Most of them were mules. I've met a couple of kind of the guys towards the top, most of them were mules. So, a lot of them can't speak English. Even the ones over here can't speak English. So, now suddenly I'm being pushed to be like the representative of the Muslims, of the Asians, you know what I mean? Of anybody who can't, and, I'm doing an unknown number of years, and I couldn't really give a toss anyway, you know what I mean? So I was kind of like allowing myself anyway. And at first I tried during Ramadan, I tried to fast, you know what I mean? But then I'd walk into a cell and everybody's smoking hash and, like, mate. Yeah, so that one stopped after a while. But then the food that they were giving us during Ramadan was so shit, And one time I went down and it's like, you're supposed to have fasted for about 18 hours. And there was this a kind of a tin, like a bain-marie, with, it looked like cabbage and carrot soup. And I went, mate, I just picked it up. We used to have a governor on the wing. Every wing had a governor as well in dispersal. So I went in there. I went, listen, Gov, fucking been fasting, mate, 18 hours. What's this? You know what I mean? So as a result of like me kind of like, doing this. So, and what? One thing I realized there was, Sean, if they thought that it didn't make them go out of their way too much and it kept you quiet, they would pretty much listen to most reasonable requests, yeah? You just knew how to approach them, and most people didn't, and that was the thing, yeah? So, and in 3 years there, it went from that cabbage and carrot fucking soup, yeah, to us getting a budget yeah, for Ramadan, a budget for Eid, yeah, our own lads to cook food for the Muslims, yeah, and then you saw all the black lads come in, we're Muslims, Muslim diet, you know what I mean? Because in those, it didn't have, and then 3 years, then we had kind of halal meat as well, you know what I mean? So, and that was like pretty much myself, you know what I mean, that has pushed that through, that had made those changes in that time.
Are you saying that's the origins then of how a lot of the black inmates started to join the Muslim community in prison?
Over here I would, yeah.
It's through the food.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not, you see, America's got a different origin of Muslim because they've got their own, that fruit of Islam and stuff like that. The Muslims in America were a kind of a self-help group wanting to better themselves, to break out of that victim mentality and, push themselves up. You know, the black Muslims in the 60s and stuff like that. You know, so they've got a different origin to the Muslims in this country. Muslims in this country mostly come from Pakistan, India, and the black people, the kind of from the West Indies, don't have that idea of what being a Muslim, what the American type of Muslim is. You know what I mean?
Because where I was at, there was a period where the Jewish food was considered the best.
Yeah, well, no, that's why.
And then you had the Nazis convert into the Jewish religion.
No way.
Yeah,
no way.
Nazis.
That's fucking classic.
You had Aryan Brotherhood Jews, Mexican Mafia Jews, Italian Mafia Jews. Yeah,
this goes to show
for a period of time while it was considered the best.
Nuts, yeah.
Because they were getting easy conversion, and the rabbi was signing off on it, so it was he was flooded. He was flooded. Kosher food, blessed by the rabbi.
You can't come to convert my swastika into a Star of
That's
David.
it. They're all lined up for the Jewish food, and they got swastikas and Hitler all over them.
No, nuts in it. Because we had
it's guaranteed under the Constitution, freedom of religious expression. You can get a vegetarian diet or you get a religious diet.
Nice one,
So if you want vegetarian, it's usually got to be a religious thing. Right. So I went to Hindu.
Yeah. Is that what you done?
You
have to do this. You have to make these fucking choices. You know what I mean? I was on a vegetarian. That's what I was on. But in this country, they allow you to be on a vegetarian diet. So
without any religious.
Without any religion stuff, yeah. So we were all on vegetarian diets because, we didn't know, obviously.
You don't know what's in the slop, do you?
You don't know, yeah. Food by and large in this person wasn't, it wasn't brilliant, but it wasn't shit either. Not like you describe it. But there was and this is what happened was, when I was kind of doing those things here, there was a Jewish guy turned up on the wing, a guy called Shul Jean. And Shuli is from Israel. He was in for cocaine. And he was with an Iranian guy whose family had left Iran during the revolution. But they were kind of wealthy in Iran. But then he got in. He was going to America and fucking stopped at Heathrow to, I don't know, change planes or whatever. Anyway, they were on him, found gear in, heroin on him. And he, both of them doing 10, 12 or whatever, yeah. And what happened with Shuli, and, he was a very cultured, very learned man, Sultani, Kuros. And, I'm fucking getting to know all the people there. And he was into Sufism and stuff like that. So I'm kind of getting books and sitting down, finding out what it's all about, you know what I mean? And them two, what had happened was Shuli had protected Sultani in the other jail. Somebody had tried to attack Sultani with hot water.
Was Sultani the Jewish one?
No, Sultani was the Iranian one.
So the Jewish guy was protecting the Iranian guy.
Yeah. So then when they got shipped out of Long Lartin, they came to Gartree and they're on my wing. So I started, through Sultani, I started having it with Shuli, yeah. And Shuli, Shul Jean, he was called, from Bat Yam in Israel. And so now this is nuts, yeah, because you've got Palestinians there, you've got Iraqis there, you've got Libyans there, and they're all in for political crimes, yeah. So you've got the Libyans are like kind of Gaddafi type, you've got Iraqis with Saddam Hussein's behind them, and then you got the Palestinians, or you got Abu Nidal and stuff like that, yeah. And you know, I'm fucking on good terms with everybody, you know what I mean? And the wife, Roseanne, the one who shot the Israeli ambassador, he's gone to me, he phones me one day, he says, brother, this is bad, yeah. I said, what's bad? The wife, yeah. He says, you're sitting down, you're having food with that Jew, you know what I mean? I'm going, I know I've hated him, you know what I mean? You can imagine this guy, he's been fighting him all his life, you know what I mean? And I'm going, no, I said, look, bro, you know what I mean? He's not political anyway. I said, he's a criminal, you know what I mean? He's not in for politics. And he doesn't, I said, he's a Sephardim Jew anyway, you know what I mean? It's not a Hasidim. He said, they're getting discriminated against in Israel. He doesn't have, you know, too many good things to say about him, you know what I mean? So I had to kind of wiggle my way out, like, you know what I mean, to keep my whatever, you know what I mean? And it was true as well, you know what I mean? But yeah.
Yeah, we had a Muslim from the Balkan Peninsula that we had to like wiggle in. He was getting a hard time everywhere. The Russian guy stood up for him.
Yeah. No, but you get that, you know. I find it's good that kind of thing happens. And, you know, personally, I think the problems that people have outside, you know, it's not the same in jail. You know, I'll give you a classic one. Yeah, on my wing there was a guy. He was John Graham. Yeah, he was one of the first in one of the big trials in Northern Ireland. Yeah. On the unionist side, yeah. So he was one of the first supergrasses, yeah. John Bennett, it was, you know, you can go back in history, it comes out. So what they'd done was he'd obviously grasped against all these people, UFF, and so they'd given him another identity, sent him to this country, yeah. And so now he's running around fucking Derby, yeah, with a 357 Magnum, yeah. And this guy, you know, and because he was on our wing. Now you got the genuine IRA in prisons. You've got the ones who are Irish and have been just swept up, you know, like the Guildford 4 and the Birmingham 6. You know, they're not IRA. They just happen to be Catholics who just got fucking pulled in, and then, you know, the police just thought, well, all right, you know, we're having you, you know what I mean? And and I'm thinking, at that time, I'm thinking, why are they not attacking him? You know, this guy, you know, because I sat down with John, and, you know what people, you know, whatever they've done outside is they've done outside. And, you know, I used to sit down and he'd describe Sean, yeah, how he'd used to do these pub bombings in fucking Belfast, yeah, I don't know. And he'd go to a Catholic area and he'd put a bomb, whatever, and it's on a timer. And then he'd be driving a couple of miles away because he'll be able to hear it from that distance. That's how fucking, you know, loud these bombs are. And then he'd be sitting in his car waiting for the bomb to go off. And you're like, man, how many people have you fucking killed? You know what I mean? That is cold, you know what I mean? But, like, you know, none of the, you know, on my wing, we had Paddy Hill from the Birmingham 6. He was on my wing. We had a guy called Pat McLaughlin. He was with the INLA. And, you know, nobody said anything to John. And John, what had he done? Because, you know, once you're in guns and all of that, that's your fucking life. So he ended up becoming a bodyguard for a drug dealer in fucking Leicester, you know what I mean? Not Leicester, sorry, Derby. You wouldn't want to cross that fucking drug dealer, would you? You know what I mean? They're fucking nuts, mate, you know? So, yeah. So I'm in Gartree, thinking, how am I gonna do this time? And Harry Roberts is there. Harry had done 18, 19 years in special secure units. I think quite a lot of it in Leicester, in Leicester Welford Road, there's a special secure unit there. And one day I see him, and he'd recently kind of got out of them and come to like ordinary location with us. And Harry, you know, he'd He killed, shot 3 policemen. 1966, we're now 85, that's 19 odd years, you know what I mean? So he's done 19 years. And I seen him, he's going to the shower, yeah? And as he comes out of his cell, down that narrow landing, and then there's like where the stairs are, and there's 2 screws sat there, and then the showers are here. So he walks along there, and as he's going past the screws, yeah, he lifts as he's coming up to the screws, he lifts his towel up like that, he goes, well, hey! Goes into the shower. As he's coming out, he's walking past him again, he lifts the back up, he goes, hey! And I'm thinking, shit, if he can do 19 years and be like that, you know, I should be able to do whatever I'm going to do, yeah, he was something else. Harry was. But yeah, there'll be more of Harry later on because you know, we spent quite a lot of time while I was there. In fact, yeah, Harry used to make so people have some kind of hobbies that they turn into kind of money-making ventures, right? So a lot of the Irish guys, they used to make leather, they used to deal with leather, make leather purses and wallets and stuff like that, yeah? And what Harry used to do, he used to make jewelry boxes. So what he'd do was make a wooden box and then veneer it, put veneer on it and polish it, French polish and all that lot. Or he started painting them. He used to do a canal boat scene. So it'd be like a canal boat, a little cottage, you know, like proper thing. So I got a couple of them, you know, 20, 25 quid. It's a nice, you know, signed by Harry, you know what I mean? Better notoriety as well. And so Harry had, you know, a bit of money on the wing and stuff like that. And then you find out everybody else is doing their little bits and pieces. There was a bookie on A wing and, you know, first time I had a bet, I won 12.5 ounces, put a quarter on, won 12.5. Well, lucky, yeah. So at that time, my mate, Mr. Khan, who we used to kind of associate with in his cell. So what happens is, in the evening association, you kind of just go down to your mate's cell, you mates are together, we sit down, you're smoking weed or smoking hash in those days, drinking cups of tea, having a chat, and Mr. Khan's going through his racing and stuff like that. You know, he used to love a bet. And there was a friend of mine, Alan Dixon from Drumfield, and me and Alan, we got together and started a business taking bets on football. So I was working up the education at that time. And so what we used to do, we'd sit down and make a coupon for a Saturday, because not like it is now. So football was mostly on a Saturday, and then you get some cup games and stuff like that during week. And we'd get like the Sporting Life on a Saturday and a Tuesday. That'll give us the odds. And even if it didn't, we used to make the odds ourselves. So we'd have a coupon, all the teams, what the home odds, the odds for home, draw and away win. And so we'd have like, you can have 3 aways, 6 homes. And, you know, there was so made a coupon. I used to go up the education. I had the free run of the printers and stuff like that, print them all. It was around the time when I broke my leg as well. So I had something out, you know, and by that time, they just used to let me go wherever I wanted in the nick. So I used to go around to all the other wings, give them the coupon, and then they'd and get bets off them. And Harry was our banker. So we, you know, the amount of money and tobacco that we got, if somebody had a big win that we couldn't cover through that, yeah, Harry would bail us out, yeah. And at the end of Saturday, so what we'd do is we'd get all the stuff together. We'd go to sit down at Harry's and then go through all the bets that come in and what happened and all of this. And then Harry would tell us like his stories, you know what I mean? And so he was in the 50s. He, you know, born during the war years or whatever. And in the 50s, he was in Malaya. 50s, yeah, I think he was about 30 when he got nicked. And so it was conscription in those days, not national service. So everybody had to be in the army. So, you know, they've sent him and they went, right, you go out into the jungle, you know, if you find anybody, shoot him, Yeah, if they survive, question them. You know what I mean? So shoot first and ask questions later. Literally, yeah. So this was what the situation was with Harry. And then when he kind of came back, he's back in society. He's a villain. The villains are villains. You know what I mean? But some of them are just a little bit more. You know what I mean? So yeah. And the situation, I told you that story about Harry last time, I think, yeah.
What did he do?
Well, they were on their way to do a robbery, and I think they were parked in the car, and the car had dodgy number plates, and there was some policemen who'd kind of stopped and were like coming towards the car. And there were, three of them in the car, Harry and two others, Duddy and Whitty, I think. And Harry's fucking pulled out a gun, bang, shot one, shot the other, chased the other one down the street, shot him, you know what I mean?
Dead?
Dead, yeah, mate, dead, yeah. He only just got released a few years ago.
Have you spoke to him since? Got released?
No. I had a few letters off him and stuff like that when, gone through. We had the same solicitor as well. And the thing with Harry was, I was telling you about the Home Secretary getting involved in the sentencing. So when they abolished the death penalty, they didn't really know if people could survive 30 years in prison, they didn't know, innit? Because before that, you either did about 5, 6, 8 years or whatever, and or they fucking topped you, you know what I mean? So, and I think they gave Harry a 30-year sentence, yeah, which is, I think that was about the longest at that time. And then around towards the end of the 80s, around the time when I'd got your first thing is going to be after 17 years, what was happening? I think they put another 5 years on his sentence or something like that. And I think by this time he'd done about 25 years or something like that. And he said that they weren't going to let him out at 30 or something. Something was going on, I remember, because we was having a chat about this. And but I didn't realise that I would be getting involved in a similar thing. Yeah, and later on, that political aspect would be coming in. At this moment, I'm not thinking about it. I'm just cracking on doing my bird as they go. As for the gym, I after that first couple of times when I went, I'm just not built for it, I went and I tried to do weights and stuff like that a couple of times. And it just, I just found it boring. I couldn't motivate myself, yeah. So I was having it with this one guy at that time, Rob. And Rob was in the football team. So there's 4 wings, A, B, C, and D. And every wing has its own football team, and we've got a football pitch outside, which is, the exercise yard as well. And at the weekend, on Saturday, in the Saturday morning, 2 wings go out, and Sunday morning, the other 2 wings go out, on that pitch. And so I said to Rob, I said, look, get me onto the football team, yeah. But I was pretty shit, I have to say. I was pretty shit footballer. But I tried practicing, I got into it. And, then I was sub and I was, more and more practice. Then I started getting games as a left back, which was like, second only to being left back on the wing. You know what I mean? So, and then as I went from left back to left wing, and then from left wing to right wing, and right wing to centre forward in the end. Yeah, so I got to be really good, you know what I mean? And we had some really good games. But
one of the questions we get asked is, what happens to small guys in prison?
So yeah, I'm probably mostly the smallest guy everywhere I went. There were a couple of ones who were smaller than me. We're not like America here, So there's a kind of I found in dispersals especially, yeah, because everybody's doing that long sentence, and that whole kind of, how America, everybody's just like fucking a fierce animal. Yeah, it did not like that. Everybody just kind of cracks on, you know what I mean? I met a couple of people who were kind of midgets who were even smaller than me, you know what I mean? Proper. And nothing fucking bad ever happened to them. I know people, you know what I mean, like there were kind of rapes and stuff like that, but we never really heard about them, you know what I mean? I think a lot of it happens in Monster Mansion. But, the people like Sykesy and stuff like that, we heard all these stories, and
So there's camaraderie.
yeah, very much so. And even like racism doesn't really exist. In that time in Gartree, that's 7 years, and I have to say, it was more like porridge than Oz, for example. Yeah, have you seen Oz? Yeah. So I mean, I remember watching Oz and thinking, wow, and that was a good kind of a prison TV series for me. But for me, ours was more like porridge. And then when heroin started coming into the system in the late 80s, early 90s, then it became a little bit more vicious. In all the time that I was in Gartree, I would say I didn't see any real kind of a racist attacks or anything like that. The pecking order, is you've got the IRA were at the top because it's an army, not a gang. Yeah. Then you've got the gangsters. Yeah. And, the IRA had established that during the 70s in British prisons, that they weren't going to back off and stuff like that. So the authorities had kind of backed off from them. And the whole, what used to happen before them was you'd have, an influential kind of a Londoner or something, some gangster, who would be running the wing for the screws, and he'd get, extra privileges and stuff like that. But when the IRA came, then, that was a home for all the rebels and the ones who wouldn't back off and stuff like that, And, nobody could tell them to do that. They'd go to the Irish lad and they'd let him do what he wants, you know what I mean? So,
Blink talked about that, the armed robbers, the respect, and then the IRA guys.
But they're on, that's what I'm saying, they're just on a different level, you know what I mean? But, when they went back in 96, then they all kind of changed again, you know what I mean? And you could feel that, you could feel the change in the environment,
So you never got picked on because of your size?
No. On the fucking contrary. I mean, for me, I was a double cat A. There was only, out of 72 prisoners on my wing, there were maybe two double cat A's, maybe three at the most. I can't remember if Paddy was a double cat A or not. I think he probably was. So so one of the things that we used to do, and the cells that we were in, because we were all up on the cat A's were up on the 2s and the 3s, not on the ones. I don't know why, because it was all above the ground. We'd have every 6 weeks or 8 weeks, we'd have to swap cells with another cat A. So you're not digging a hole or whatever. I suppose you could do it. It was just for them. It was just a thing that you have to fucking do. You know what I mean? So me and Paddy, because we was on the same landing, and so we'd just swap with each other every 8 weeks. They go, yeah, you got swap cells. So all the things that you got, fucking, I was going to take a whole day, all my shit. By that time, I'd fitted fucking stuff that Sultani had paid some woodworker to make fitted cabinet. I swear to God, fitted cabinet. And then when he went, I inherited them, you know what I mean? They're probably still there in Gartree on somebody's wall. But yeah. So it's a big fucking palaver to do all that. And, the other thing was that, people are smoking, hash to relax. And there were people brewing hooch, and you kind of pick up these skills, and, they're worth a lot of fucking money and respect, you know what I mean?
What was your hooch recipe?
Right, so I picked up on the orange juice one. So it was basic orange yeast. Right, so our yeast used to come from the kitchen, so the bread wasn't raising very much coming from the kitchen. The lads used to just fucking rescue it, either get the block. If they got the block, it's worth a lot of money, or the screws would crumble it into the bread mixture, and the flapper would be going around, they'd be going like that, yeah. So we get the yeast and water, warm water, mix it with sugar a kilo bag of sugar, 5 liters of water, and the yeast. And that was your basic. And then everything else you're putting in, kind of for taste. We used to use, what's that stuff? Not mama, what's it? Malt. Malt used to be a nice one, you know what I mean? Give it a nice little colour as well, you know, a tea kind of colour, a beery kind of colour. Or the orange one, and the orange one was strong. Yeah. But even, you know, I've made it on the out as well. My mate used to make it. I was talking to his wife. He went back to, I think he was in Belfast, and I was talking to her one day. It's Mo, can you talk to him? He's making hooch out here, you know. I said, what can you do? That's all he knows, you know what I mean? It was good, man. But yeah. So
what dramas did you see in those first 3 years? Anyone get attacked or anything?
The attacked, yeah, right. So not so much that I saw on our wing. It was pretty much carrying on. Everything was okay. Occasionally, you'd have something that's happened that's going to involve the whole jail, right? So this prisoner came to the prison, Fat Freddie Lowe. Yeah, so I don't know whether you know about him. There are documentaries about him. Yeah, when you start researching, you'll come across him. He's been in the whole unit and quite a few other places. Yeah, Freddie Lowe, we just call him Fat Freddie Lowe. It just kind of trips off the tongue, in there, you know what I mean? So Fat Freddie Lowe come, and this guy, he was fucking huge. Yeah, he's got a beard. Yeah, and you know, he's just like looking at you. He's got these glasses on. You know what I mean? And the first time I see him in the gym. We don't know who he is. Yeah, and what happens is he had robbed post office, and the post office, the lady and the man who owned it, I think he tied them up, and I think he ended up getting 2 life sentences or something like that. And then he's in his head, yeah, he's thinking, they've given me 2 life sentences, so I fucking owe them 2 bodies. Yeah. So he's on C Wing. One day he's right. So because we're allowed to cook, we can have these small little knives, you know, like kitchen knives. Yeah. So they're not actually big knives, to be true. They're, you know, tiny little knives like that. Yeah. So and you know, at the beginning of the evening, we take one out. They put our name down, and that's it. Yeah. So he takes a knife out. He goes around looking for people. Yeah, he's got like this hit list of people that he wants to kill, who he thinks are grasses or whatever, yeah. And there was a couple of Pakistani brothers there, Chowdhuries, they managed to fucking evade it. But he did actually kill this one guy. And the guy, I can't remember his name. And you know what? The guy was next to me in the canteen queue the week before, you know. And he was one of those guys who was just a little bit old, a little bit inadequate, you know what I mean? Maybe had, you know, kind of learning difficulties, something like that, yeah. But I don't know what he was in for, Sean. I couldn't really tell you. We didn't even find out afterwards whether he was in for anything naughty or anything like that. But after he's done his rounds, he's got this guy, yeah, he's stabbed him to death, he's put him under the bed, he's come back down, and he's left a knife there on the thingy, and has gone, yeah, there's one under the bed. Yeah, and that was like, mate, you know what I mean?
All right, so what were the consequences for Fat Freddie Lowe for murdering him?
Nothing, was it? Well, what can they do? I think they just give him a life sentence, give him more life sentences. He's still doing the rounds. I mean, there's no consequence. Once you're inside, There's no consequences.
So when you said he already had 2 life sentences, is that 2 natural life sentences?
No. I think just a life sentence.
So he did have a possibility of getting out.
Oh yeah.
But he's blowing that by murdering
Yeah.
people.
I think some people, I think they just find a natural home in prison. Yeah, I think that's what it is, and they just end up, I think a bit like Charlie himself. He doesn't actually try to get out. I think that's it's a sad thing, but maybe they're getting some kind of, I don't know what out of it.
Institutionalized.
Yeah. So in the time that I was there, I was kind of there was a couple of Pakistani guys I was associating with, Mr. Shah and Mr. Khan. They'd come over from C Wing, had a row over there, and Mr. Shah, he was from Pakistan. Mr. Khan was from Leicester. He kind of said he knew of me from Leicester as well. And when Reggie Krays came, Reggie was in the next cell next to Mr. Khan. So we used to be in the cell next to him every evening, yeah. So when Reggie came, I'm so like, wow, Reggie Krays, this is like serious gangster, you know what I mean? He's like about in his 50s at that stage. And I'd heard about the stories, how they used to tax the, the people, like the other gangsters or, the robbers. If you rob something in their area, you have to give them a piece of the thing. And then when he's come there, the Londoners are sending him, bags of shopping and stuff like that, mate, that's just all right. And Reggie's got a couple of youngish lads, kind of he's associating with, and then he's got his own little food boat going and stuff like that. And I was, so we're sitting in Mr. Khan's cell, and there was a friend of mine, Paddy and Yankee Powell. So we're all sitting in Mr. Khan's cell, and this music starts coming from Reggie's cell. And I'm going, what's going on with fruit and veg? What's going on with fruit and veg, yeah? And he's going, it's like all, classical music and really loud. And his light was all dim in his cell. And he's going, it's his birthday, yeah? And he must have been feeling a little bit sad, yeah? So Paddy's gone, shall we go and serenade him, yeah? And I went, yeah, go on. So we go in his cell and we're like, happy birthday to you. Give him that one, you know what I mean? And he's like, oh, you know what I mean? Proper, tears and all of that. It was funny as fuck. And that's Christmas, because I think his birthday's in November or something like that, yeah? And I think it was the Sunday Mirror did a 2-page spread, yeah? And there was a story about Reggie in Gartree, yeah, and there's a picture of him holding some dumbbells, and he's got these little blue shorts in the gym, you know what I mean? It's like that. and as we're reading the story, and he's going, and on my birthday, and I'm like, oh, mate, please don't mention our names, please don't, you know what I mean? What will people think, you know what I mean? But he just went, 2 prisoners came in and sang happy birthday to me, you know what I mean? But it's like we're kind of like, it's a different buzz in it, you know what I mean?
So back then, was he in big physique, powerful?
He was a decent physique, you know what I mean? Yeah. So and when he first came, because he wants to get to know all the people, yeah, who they are. And my mate at that time, Yankee Powell, Yankee was like a Golden Gloves boxer in America. And, he started robberies and stuff like that, and his dad couldn't handle him. But his mum lived in Birmingham, so his dad sent him to Birmingham, and now he's seen that police don't carry arms here, so he's got even more. And then he's bang on the gear as well, he's on heroin. And then Paddy's his dealer outside, so when he's realised Paddy's here, he's gone from A wing to D wing, R wing, to get close to Paddy so they can deal with him when he gets out, you know what I mean? So when Reggie comes, Yankee's going to me, Mo, Reggie wants to meet you. I'm going, fuck off you gangsters, Mo, you know what I mean? You're going fucking chasing after Reggie this, Reggie that, you know what I mean? So we're just ribbing him. He's going, no, I've told him all about you, and he wants to meet you and all of that. And, at first I'm like, nah, fuck off, yeah, I'm not going to go down there. You know, you gangsters, Mo. And then after a couple of days, I went, all right, you know what I mean? So I've gone down and he's like, you know, a really nice gentleman. He makes me a nice cup of tea, you know what I mean? He's got a nice table there and he's got this cell where he's got all these the photos out of the, you know, his life in the 60s, you know what I mean? Sonny Liston and Barbara Windsor and Judy Garland and all that kind of thing, you know, what his life must have been like, you know what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah. Reggie, fruit and veg. Yeah. So then I was started working in Two Shop after a while. And in Two Shop, there's, you know, so as I said, there was mostly the gangsters. You got Rookie Lee. Rookie was one of the ones who sent Reggie the 2 bags of shopping from B-Wing. Rookie was a funny guy as well, you know what I mean? He was like another armed robber. He went, I think on his home leave, committed an armed robbery as well. He's nuts. So, and like, you know, Rookie was on the table with other Londoners. One of them was Sid Draper. That's where he went to the helicopter thing. And so you'd go to their table and he'd be making a nice jug of tea and he'd be like, do you want a cup of tea, Mo? And I said, yeah, all right. You drink that tea and you're up for 3 days. He's put like a gram of speed in it. You're like, mate, you know what I mean? I want the other one. I want to go to sleep, you know what I mean? Yeah. You know, there Paddy Hill's there, Harry Roberts is there. So, you know, and that you did the least amount of work in that shop because the machines were doing all the work, you know. So I remember one time I was waiting at the canteen queue. And where the canteen queue was, that's where, you know, people coming from outside the prison come in by B-Wing's gate and come past the seg unit, and then that's where the canteen is, you know. See this guy, and he's, you know, a little bit taller than myself, not much, and he's wearing these glasses, and he's got a coat on with a big yellow square on the back. Yes, Johnny Kendall. So anyway, you know, nondescript, you know what I mean? I think he went on A-Wing, and then he went from A-Wing to C-Wing. Yeah, so now I'm in the same shop as Sid. Sid's done about 14 odd years at this stage. He went up to Scotland. They went to rob, I think it was a train station. I don't know what the actual situation was. But the guard ended up getting shot dead. Yeah, so I ended up getting a life sentence for it. So anyway, one day Sid comes into and Sid had a beard, yeah, a mustache and a beard, like, you know. One day he's fucking clean shaven, comes in, looks over and he's like, yeah, like that, all right, Sid, you know what I mean? And he's like, I know Sid for years. So in the afternoon, to go out on exercise, within minutes, yeah, this helicopter's turned up, done one circle of the fucking pitch, landed in the middle of the circle, the center circle, rang in the middle. And we're walking around looking at this, what the fuck's going on? And these 2 guys have run to the helicopter, tried to open one door, couldn't open it, gone to the other door, fucking gone. Next thing you know, this fucking fog, I mean, and literally, you know, you couldn't see, you know, a foot in front of you. A fog has come, you can't see anything. The screws have just got us, you know, banged us up. They've just gone mad.
What was the fog? Had they dropped the smoke bomb?
No, it was just a natural fog. It just came from nowhere. Yeah, you couldn't see, literally couldn't see a foot in front of you. The screws went mad. For about 10 minutes, they didn't do anything. Then there was, you know, like a headless chicken. They were just running here and there, here and there, here and there. And we're like, everybody's like, what the fuck? You know, and then it's like going all around the prison. What's happened? You know what I mean? Fucking helicopter escape, you know what I mean?
Is that the first time there's been a helicopter escape in this country?
In England, yeah, definitely. I don't think there's been one since, yeah. So, and then we find out, you know, eventually found out what the whole story about the helicopter, because John, it was John's escape. And John had started the beginning of quite a big jail term, yeah? So I think the first sentence he got was 8, but he was expecting another 2 trials and he was going to get consecutive. So he knew he was going to do a big chunk, yeah. So the story was that he was in the block in a jail down south, and the guy next door to him, Andy Russell, Andy said, I've heard about you. Yeah, I want to work with you. Yeah. And John says to him, if you want to work with me, you're going to have to get me out of prison because I'm going to be doing a big fucking long chunk, mate. You know what I mean? So I ain't coming out for ages, yeah. So in the meantime, John ends up in Gartree. Andy's gone outside. Andy's hired a helicopter, yeah, with a pilot, obviously, and said he wanted to do a survey of golf courses in Leicestershire. So he's done this, found a golf course near there, got some cars, parked them there, boom, and then on the day that is supposed to happen, because he knows what time we'll be coming out on exercise and stuff like that, you know what I mean? It was like military fucking precision, you know what I mean? He's hired the helicopter again, cost about 400 quid, something like that, Sean, you know? And when he's got close to the prison, he's pulled a gun out and said to the pilot, you know what I mean, do exactly what's said. Pilot's going to listen, I will do exactly what you say, just don't do anything rash, yeah? The pilot flew that, you know, like it's fucking, you know what I mean? I don't know any fucking great helicopter pilots, but he was the man, you know. So yeah, jump like that, and it was just, it was just they couldn't fucking because of the fog fucked them up, yeah.
That was
because it was supposed to be line of sight, yeah. So
divine intervention.
Yeah, look, but it was bad for them because they couldn't make it to the where he'd parked the car.
Oh, it was bad for them. I thought it was protecting them from the guards.
No.
The guards can't see anything,
No, the guards.
Which direction has it gone? You know, that kind of thing.
No.
But it was bad for the helicopter then because it got lost, did it?
It got lost, yeah, because they were flying by line of sight, yeah. Because of the fog, they didn't know where they were going. So he's had to kind of land in a industrial estate in Market Harborough, yeah. So now, then they've started having to hijack cars. So they've hijacked a couple of cars, and because Sid told me the story afterwards, and said he ended up in Sheffield, and from Sheffield he's found his people, and you know what I mean, managed to slip out. And John got caught about 4 weeks later, and Sid was out 14 and a half months, the father of the kid while he was out as well, you know, yeah.
So how did they catch? Was it the 4 weeks later? How did they catch him?
I think some must have been grassed in it. I know Sid said that he was grassed. Sid said he was grassed. So
a big reward out for him, was there?
I don't know if there was, but you know, the police were fucking, you know, they wanted
mental for him.
So you can imagine we were all cocked. Can you imagine in that prison? The prison's like bubbling. Oh no. Everywhere there's pictures of helicopter. Every time we get a picture of a helicopter, we're going putting it on the governor's door, putting it on the you know, because I just so you know, so what they've done for about 2 weeks, we're just like, yeah, you know what I mean.
We locked down for a bit.
Then they fucking had to like dampen it all down, yeah. So then they locked us down for 3 days. They went round and just went everything that you had that wasn't on your prop card. They fucking took, you know, they took fucking. Out of one guy's cell, yeah, they took 4 bin bags full of stuff that he'd just accumulated over the years. And this guy, Bob Dufty, he was a funny character, yeah. He was palled up with this Joe the Pro, yeah, and Joe was like from a family of prostitutes in Birmingham. Joe the Pro, yeah. And Joe, when he'd walk down the landing, his hips would like fucking be touching both sides of the landing, you know. And Joe used to go like, at that time he was in for, I think he stabbed a punter or something like that, got 6 years. And later on I heard he got a life sentence as well. But he's gone, he had his mum and I think about 7 or 8 sisters come from a big Catholic family that when the door used to ring, they all used to go down fucking fighting for the punter, you know what I mean? And Bob was in he was like from a well-to-do middle class family. They had a greengrocer, something like that, shop. He had this Aston Martin DB5, British Racing Green, had pictures of it, lovely kids and all that. Look, got into a bit of debt, and decided that he wanted to fucking get insurance from his missus, and it's not funny. It's not funny. He fucking joined a gun club, about 6 weeks before he shot her. Got an insurance policy out about 6 weeks, and then about 4 weeks later joined a gun club, and then phoned the police hysterically and going, "Oh, I've been robbed. It was 2 black men or whatever." And the police come, and he's tied himself up to the chair. And they're going, "Who phoned the police?" You know what I mean? The window has been smashed from the inside out. You know what I mean? So anyway, he's got a life sentence, and so Joe's just milking him. He's got money, obviously, and we're all paying about, I don't know, about £120 for an ounce of hash. He's paying about 400. It was nuts. Yeah. And that was, you get people who are like middle class. There was another one, Graham Backhouse, another one. This was like an Agatha Christie thing that he done. And he shot his neighbor, but really it was, he lived on a farm. When I met him first time, Graham Backhouse, he was, I've gone, you're from middle class background, eh? You must be really hard for you doing jail. He's gone, Mo, it's like fucking boarding school. I've done all this. I've done all this before. He had the job of the library orderly, yeah. And what he'd done was he was trying to kill his wife, and he put a pipe bomb. But before that, he had this long campaign of anonymous poison pen letters that is to make out that somebody was after her and not him. Yeah. So then he tried the pipe bomb, and it hasn't killed her. It's hurt her, but hasn't killed her. He did it with his car. And so what he's done then, he's got the farmer next door, invited him onto his farm, and then, shot the farmer, then went inside and then cut himself, with a Stanley knife. There was a big cut like that down his face, one along here, one, proper determined, you know what I mean, Sean? And, but, the police, when they went forensic, they went, how come his blood is outside and yours isn't? If he's attacked you, how come your blood is inside and outside is on that geezer's? So, it come on top. People don't know. They think they've got it all covered, but you know what I mean? And he says to me one day, I'd been there a little bit. I was getting good at the football, and I was up the education. I started doing a degree course there with the Open University. And he's gone to me one day, Graham says, Mo, he said, why didn't you start a debating society? Oh, that's a fucking good idea, you know what I mean? So, because I used to listen to Radio 4, I used to listen to the Oxford Union debates, and how they had, one proposes a motion, then you got an opposer, and then, so I had it all, wrote it all out.
I did one of them if the viewers are watching. It's on YouTube, but Sean Atwood Oxford Union debate.
All right, okay. All right, so we had our own one Gartree debating society. Might still be going. I'll check one day. And I'll do that. I haven't seen your one yet. So started that, and got Ronnie McCartney, the Irish guy, who the first one who greeted me. And I got him involved. And, because prisoners naturally think it's suspicious if you're doing anything in the prison that they don't know what's going on. Yeah, so I thought, you know what, they all know I'm safe, so I need to have a few more safe people, before anybody starts thinking what's going on. So Ronnie was there. Ronnie loves talking anyway, he's 99 mile an hour. So, and we got a few other people, and there was a couple of board of visitors, ladies who, I went up to Eric Tomlinson, the first Scouser who met me in jail. he was writing to this woman outside, and she was coming up to the carol service up the chapel. And I was in one of those moods where you've got like a flu and you're kind of raving, you know what I mean? And I just wanted to talk, and he was standing by the gate, and I'm going, where are you going? He's going, I'm going up the chapel, so-and-so's coming, I've been writing to her and all that. I want to go up as well, you know what I mean? So I've gone up there, and they had like tea and biscuits afterwards. So there was a couple of Board of Visitors ladies there, Judith Pitchers and Leslie Farmer, and Judith, a lovely lady, you know, her husband was a judge. And but she became a parole board member as well, and but she was a lovely lady, and she used to come up and bring the biscuits and the chocolate hobnobs and stuff like that. And the debating society, it was such a success. And you know what, people, they don't realize that they've got this in them, that you know what I mean, until they try it, and then once they've got once they can express themselves a little bit. And then they start getting a bit of pride in it. And for me, it was like, I was going into meetings where I was like the only prisoner there. So, you got the governor, the psychologist, and the probation, the PO, the lifers, PO, and all of that. So you got all of them, and they're making these reports about you every year or whatever. And then they're kind of shoehorning you in this one chair, and you sit and you listen to their bollocks, and then you back out again, you know what I mean? So I've gone, after I thought, you know what, I need to teach myself how to kind of have confidence in talking. And, the Debating Society, it really gave me that. And, one of our main rules was we don't discuss prison topics. So that kind of just immediately takes you out of prison. So, it's not the food was shit today, and, we want this and all of that. And that was really, really good.
Did it ever kick off in the...
Where? In the
Debating Society?
No. I guess if we'd had prison topics, they might have done.
Yeah.
But, I think, the controversial ones were like, abortion was quite a controversial one, you know what I mean?
Still is.
Yeah. America, I mean, it's deadly over there, isn't it? You know what I mean? I've been seeing what's going on. But, for me, that was one of the most enjoyable kind of things that I did while I was there. And around that time, that happened as well, the Strange Ways riot.
Yeah, we had Alan Lord on the podcast.
Yeah,
if you want to watch about the Strange Ways riot, watch the Alan Lord podcast.
Has he done one with you?
Oh, yeah, Wild Man.
Yeah.
This is when Wild Man was alive. Wild Man. There's only two people Wild Man said he's pretty dangerous in.
Yeah.
And that was Alan Lord and Shane Taylor.
Okay. I don't know Shane Taylor. No, Alan.
Yeah.
Alan's got a story in that as well, isn't it? You know what I mean? I was with Alan in Franklin.
Yeah.
Around that time, after the, I think 90... I was in Franklin twice, though. I think 95 I was there. But...
yeah, Alan Lord's story is amazing. In fact, people haven't watched that, well worth a watch. Going through the back catalogue. Yeah.
I have seen one of his with... No, it might have been the one with you as it goes. It was the one with you. It was the one. But I met quite a few other guys. But yeah, when Wolf was doing the report... And then we invited him to like a special session of the Debating Society, and so we made kind of our proposals about what should happen, and he sent one of his people, Gordon Lakes, up, and we had it up in the chapel, and had a proper thing, and my thing was like the prisoners should be working for proper money. What's the point of working for peanuts? Because then that's what I thought. You know what I mean? If you're going to, how is that going to make me want to go outside and work if I associate working with, very, very little reward, And, so the other one I did was about having, like a visitor center when people come in. So I did a questionnaire for the people whose people were coming from a long way away, and extrapolated that into a report. I was doing a degree course in it, when you do these things. So yeah, and after that they did start having visitor centres and stuff like that up and down the country. I'm not taking credit for it, but you know what I mean. Yeah,
that's good. Yeah. So are we ending part 2 here then, Mo? Is that what?
Yeah, ending part 2. Yeah, might as well.
What's going to come in part 3?
Right.
Because are we still in the first 3 years right now, and you've got 20?
Well, we're kind of like we're in Gartrey stages at the moment. Yeah. In the next one, I think I'm going to be dealing with the sentence, the starting of my campaign and stuff like that, and then we have the prison riot in Whitemore, and going to Whitemore, the newest maximum security prison in the country. I was doing a prison magazine while I was there. We got stopped after 9 issues because we supposedly libelled one of the officers. So I had to go back and change the names and stuff like that. But yeah.
And more Bronson coming in?
Well, I am not Bronson. Unless Bronson wasn't in that time. Yeah, because Bronson was in the Gartrey time, and he was there for a short while. I mentioned it in that story, in that part.
Yeah. All right, so if you've not seen part 1, the link will be in the description box. And also we're going to add it to part 2, so just stay tuned if you want to keep going and watch part 1 after part 2. If you want to get Mo's book, links will be in the description box for that as well. And people have been contacting you on like Facebook or Twitter or anything?
Yeah, I think I've been getting a few messages on YouTube and stuff like that. Yeah. And I've been getting friend requests on Facebook.
Yeah.
And I've had to make a Twitter... my missus's email address. So that's, I think, more Riaz. I can't remember the number of it, but I'll put it on with the... When it comes out, I'll put it on contacts with there.
So links will be down there to contact Mo if you'd like to contact Mo as well. And like I said, if you want to come on the podcast, take lessons from Mo. I just sit back and listen, and you give very long answers. I don't say something and you give a 10-second answer, because it's hard. It's hard work when it's like that. All right, give us a hug, Mo.
All right, nice one.
Yeah, cheers. Cheers.
People don't know who you are, how you get to where you got to, and so they just see the facade that you kind of that you wear, you know what I mean. I come from Kashmir. I was born in Kashmir, 13th of August 1962. So in those days, over there's no electricity, there's no running water. If you want to cook a meal, you have to literally go to the nearest forest, break off some wood or whatever, collect the wood on the thing. You have to go to the nearest spring, get the water, and it was hard work. That's when the alarm bell started to ring. He says, I want you to look after somebody for a while. Yeah. I went, what do you mean I've got to look after someone? What do you mean? And he's gone, I'll brief you when we get there. Yeah, now he's dropping this plot on me. They're about to carry the death penalty out, right? And we've got to do something. I said, well, what do you think you could do, to stop that? He said, well, we're going to kidnap the High Commissioner at the consulate, the Indian consulate in Birmingham, and we're going to hold him hostage. I'm just flabbergasted, and I can't think of a way out. I realise I'm properly stuck. And now I'm thinking, what's the kind of least I can do and slip away? I've gone, what are we doing? Because I'm expecting him to say, I've got somebody and you can go. Yeah, and he's gone, no, it's bang on top. We're going to go out and shoot him. Oh, mate. They should have locked us down because everybody knew what was going to happen. Mate, they opened us up. It just kicked off big style. The others, they just got stabbed and cut. And I mean, literally, the landing was full of blood. First time he meets you, he wants to create an impression. So he's running around and he's doing kind of like little nutty things and, going going to where the screws box is and making mad noises and stuff like that, And, I'm thinking, I've never met him before. I don't know who he is. He was Mickey Peterson at that time, He says to me, Mo, I want to write a book, Living Legends. Yeah, and I want to put you in my book.
All right, you're in for a treat today. Mo is telling his story exclusively on this channel for the first time. He has served 20 years in the UK prison system. He's been to all kinds of prisons across the country, especially in the north. And he has served time with many high-profile prisoners, Charles Bronson, the Krays, just to drop two names in there from the get-go. So Mo is going to start out with one of his most interesting stories from the prison, and then we're going to go right back to the beginning and do his entire life story. His book is 300,000 words long presently. It's a trilogy. So this might be a whole series of podcasts, and we're going to work on his book, get his book published for him as well, hopefully. And we look forward to doing a lot with Mo. And as you can see, he's just such a good vibe. He's got that Yami B energy, just that smile and that same positive energy that just fills the room. And, when he sent me a message and I looked at his channel right away and I saw that energy, I thought, right, we've got to get Mo on. And I've been speaking to him now for the past few weeks. Co-host today is Jen.
Hi there.
Of Boomer and Jen Organic Cotton Clothing Company. All of her links are in the description box below this video, and we're getting lots of comments on the clothes that she wears.
Yes.
And that's a really nice top.
So today I am wearing actually Nomad's clothing. They are an organic cotton clothing business, also online. I don't currently sell their stuff on my website, hopefully soon. But no, this is their jacket and their shirt dress I'm wearing today. Check them out at www.nomadsclothing.co.uk.
Very smart.
Thank you.
Get some for me, missus.
Yeah, they've got
link will be in
loads.
the description box. I like your blue and white as well.
Yeah.
So, all right. So, what story are we going to start out with then, Mo?
All right. So I was in Gartree about 2 years by this stage. I went to Gartree in 85. So talking about 86, 87. And this guy, Mickey Peterson, turns up. And one of the guys who's like my friend there in Gartree, Mickey Ahmed, had known Mick in Hull. And so he introduced, and the thing is, right, so we've got a bit of a background because I'm from Luton, right? So my family and all that are from Luton. He's from Luton. When we actually spoke the first time we had a chat and stuff like that, I found out that he'd been living on Longcroft Road or something, which when you go down comes to Ashburnham Road, which is the same road that I used to live in. So, but it was like, 10 years difference or whatever. So, and as you know, he started off with a 7-year sentence and he got knotted off 3 times.
Did he rob some jewellery or something, was it?
The first one was a bit of money out of a chippy's till.
Right.
There was a couple of quid or something. And you know what, the sentence they gave him was horrendous. And he was Mickey Peterson at that time. And he was a lump, and when you go into jail, you want to be associated with the people who are like, have got the most clout, yeah? And the most clout in those days were like the London gangsters. So he was like, around there, and at that time nobody knew who he was and all this lot, So anyway, he'd kind of made the name for himself, knocking screws out, this one, that one. He'd got nutted off, as I said, 3 times. When I say nutted off, what they used to do is if they can't deal with you in those days, they used to send you off to a Broadmoor or Ashworth or whatever it was, Park Lane. And they'd keep you for 18 months, review you and, find you that you're sane or that they can't deal with you on a chemical, medical level. Then they send you back to the prison. But the time that you've spent, because it's a hospital, it's not prison, it doesn't count on your sentence.
Oh, doesn't it?
That's why
I
he
didn't
did.
know that.
That's
What's
why
that?
he
So
did.
if you go into hospital.
If you go into Broadmoor, it doesn't count.
That doesn't.
Why?
No, you're
Why
in
not?
because you're not in prison. It's it's a secure hospital. It's a
But
mental
surely
hospital.
you're still being locked up.
That's neither here nor there. We're talking about the law here, you know. We're talking about the finer points of the law here, and that what it says is that when you leave the prison, you go to a mental hospital or whatever they call it
Clock
these
stops.
days.
Clock
The
stops
clock
and then-
stops. Yeah. So this is what used to happen. Yeah, 18 months. You get the review. 6 months later, they go right back to the nick, and you've done 2 years, but you're starting from 2 years. So he done that 3 times. So that's why out of his 7 years, even if he'd lost all remission, he should have still only done 7 years. But he actually did 13 and a half. So anyway, we're walking around exercise yard, and Mickey Ahmed introduces me. And because he's, you know, the first time he meets you, he wants to create an impression. So he's running around and he's doing kind of like little nutty things and, you know, going
What like?
going to where the screws box is and making mad noises and stuff like that. I'm thinking, I've never met him before. I don't know who he is. He was Mickey Peterson at that time, you know.
Yeah.
So anyway, walking around, get to know each other a little bit and all, just chat and all this. Like he was on A wing, I was on D wing, and so he says to me, he said, Mo, he said, I want to write a book, Living Legends. Yeah, and I want to put you in my book. And one of the other people he wanted to put was a guy called Ronnie Abrams. I don't know if anybody's mentioned Ronnie Abrams. Ronnie had, I think, killed his mother and father, and he was only skinny. We used to call him the Screaming Skull, yeah? He used to do yoga out on the yard, you know what I mean? Doing like really mad poses, and he'd have these mad headphones on with, the music dead loud, and he'd be doing all stuff. The Screaming Skull, So at that time, I says to him, yeah, and I didn't think he'd write the book, yeah. And B, when I saw that, and plus I was in for a political offence, so I was keeping up a kind of a front as well. Yeah, so I thought, well, it's never going to happen, but, if it does, I said, yeah, all right, mate, whatever. So anyway, a few weeks later, this was 86. So, yeah, Reggie Krays was already in that jail. So he was dealing with Reggie at that time. And he wanted to get into bare knuckle boxing when he got outside. So there was a time he was at going to the canteen from A-Wing. And they were doing 1-for-1. And he wanted to go, and the screws going, listen, Mick, wait, and, there's one coming, and and next thing you know, it's giving him a clump, yeah? So now they've took him down the block, yeah, and so they're thinking, we can't keep him up on the wing, because this is going to happen. We've got to keep him down here until his release, yeah? But they've done a little kind of a regime for him, yeah? So he can come to the evening classes of the education, and he can go and exercise with us, And I don't know if in the summer they let us out for an hour in the evening as well. Out on the big yard, you can sit down, get a bit of sun. Maximum security jails. We're doing long sentences. You know what I mean? So what we're gonna do? So anyway, so he's down there and he's pumping away and stuff like that, and then he gets out, and then I don't see him for ages, and the next time I see him, he was explaining to me the stories about what had happened when he got out. So he's telling me the story about the jewelry thing, yeah. So he's gone, Mo, what's happened? He says, I had this girlfriend, she was a 17-year-old girl or something like that. Oh. And he's walking around, you got to bear in mind, he was about 21 when he went in. And believe me, jail pickles you, it does. Yeah, when you come out, you still think that you're 21.
I actually asked Sean that the other day, didn't I, about while you're in prison, is it almost like time stops on your age?
Yeah.
So you...
Time stops when you start taking drugs as well.
Yeah, so you obviously you go into prison, say hypothetically, like you said, 21. You come out at 35, but when you come out at 35, you still feel 21.
Yeah.
Is that the case?
Yeah, totally so. I mean, I was talking to a guy in a taxi last night, and he's going. And when I mentioned the age, and he's going, "No, but you're going around like a teenager." I said, "Mate, you know." But that's a long story. Anyway, so what's happened is, so he's telling me this story. He says, "Mo," he says, "we walked past this jeweller's. I think it was in Hatfield, in that Hertfordshire area, and because he wants to look tough, he's gone." Which one do you want then? And he's pointing at the rings, and she thought, well, he's a big armed robber, so she's just pointing at $2,000. You like the most expensive, obviously.
Yeah, of course. Well, you know.
So she's got the most expensive one, So now he's gone and he's telling me this. He said, Mo, he said, I went back. I'm talking to me Uncle Charlie, whatever. He says, what should I do? And he's gone, well, you know, if that's what she said and that's what you said, you got to do it. You know what I mean? So anyway, he goes round. Puts the thingy on, He's gone in, he's given the geezer a clump, he's got the tray of rings, he's sold all the other rings and give her the $2,000 ring. So, you know, a couple of days later, if it was that much, the cops have turned up, hello, mate, you know, and she's got the ring on and everything.
Flashing it,
So he gets 7 for that. So he'd got 7 before he did 13 and a half, and now he's got 7 this time, but he's actually got out halfway through. He did about 3.5, got out, and then they were plotting up on a bank in if you don't so in Luton, Marsh Road, end of Marsh Road. There's like a big roundabout. There's a hairdresser's next to. It's like a little Barclays or something like that. One of those little kind of single story buildings. Excuse me. And so he's and he's got these guys, you know, that to come to do the bank robbery with him, But he didn't know this was a ready eye, so like somebody's already told the police, and they're already waiting for him. You know what I mean? So as they've gone there, the cops have, you know, grabbed them and stuff like that, and then he's trying to come up with a story about why he's there with a sawn-off shotgun and a balaclava. You know. So he's saying, he says, no, I wasn't going to rob the bank. And the hairdresser's next door. There's a girl in there. I fell in love with her and she blanked me and whatever. And then I was going to go in there, profess me undying love, and then kill myself. That was the story about what the gun, but you know, why the balaclava then, you know what I mean? But you know, these things happen, you know. So anyway, that's when he got the other 7, And then after that, it was the Iraqis, the hostages and stuff like that. So, excuse me. So in 95, I was in Frankland, which is up in Durham. And my family's in Luton. I want to come down for visits, and you can do that 28 days. You save 3 visiting orders, and you can come down and use them in a prison near where your family lives.
So they travel you down. So you save 3 visits. They travel you down to said prison closer to Luton.
Yeah, the one that you choose. So I chose Bedford. Bedford's really close to Luton, so I go to Bedford, and I was terrible. By this stage of my sentence, I was a nightmare, a pain in the arse. You know, I mean, you name it, And I get a letter off Charlie, and by now it's Charlie Bronson. Sorry, and even before that. When he'd got out, he'd sent a picture for Sid Draper, the one who escaped Garter in a helicopter, So anyway, I get a letter, Mo, I'm writing Living Legends. I want you to send me a picture of yourself. And I'm, mate, I don't really want to do that, you know what I mean? So, you know what I mean?
You're trying to play it down.
I'll pretend I never got the letter, I never got the letter. Do you know what I mean? So anyway, I go back to Franklin, And by this stage, he's done his rounds, Woodhill and Wakefield, and he's I think he's on the ghost train in Franklin. You've heard about that. The good order and discipline every 28 days. So you're there.
It's like diesel therapy, isn't it, in America?
Right, I don't know.
What is the ghost train, sorry?
Right, so what happens is, if once they really can't deal with you, what they do is, they send you from one jail to another. Now, if you're in a jail for 28 days, then you get to see the Board of Visitors or whatever they are now, So somebody independent gets to see what's going on, and you can say, well, look, this is what's going on, But what they do, this good order and discipline, is they'll send you to a jail, and 27 days later, they'll send you to another jail. And then 27 days later, they'll send you to another jail. But you're just doing the blocks of all of these jails. I've had mates who've done that for 4 or 5 years, In
America, it's called diesel therapy because there's prison transportation van. You're always on the prison transportation van, basically. Worst thing is, you want to settle in somewhere and get established.
Yeah.
If they're constantly moving you around, it's horrible.
Yeah, this is the one. Yeah. So I'm walking down the. I shouldn't have been down the block as many times as I did. In the end, I had something like 100 nickings, And
we're going to get to them. 100.
Nickings,
infractions, disciplinary infractions.
Being placed on report. So I'm walking around. Oh, I'm all. I said, all right, Charles. And he's gone, how come you didn't reply to me later? How come you didn't send me the picture, And I went, oh, Charles, I just bottled it, basically. I said, look, you know what it's like. They're probably, what the screws are like. I never got the letter, mate. They're probably just...
So what was in this letter?
No, he was saying, send me a picture of yourself.
Why did he want a picture?
Because he wanted to put it in his book, Living Legends.
Oh, so he didn't want you to write a story.
But that would have put Mo on the radar then of, the police are watching things like that. So if he puts a book out with him as a criminal legend,
then they're going to come.
Mo's going to be on the radar. He's going to be on the radar. He wants to keep a low profile, so he didn't want to be in the book.
Yeah. Plus, plus I'm in for kind of terrorism anyway. So this is not the kind of thing that I want.
Doesn't want to make the situation worse. When you go to the appeals board,
do you know what I mean?
Or you go to probation or whatever. When you're about to get out, you got to speak to people to get out.
Yeah.
And if you're in the book as a living criminal legend, they're going to use that against you to hold you in prison longer.
Of course, yes.
Yeah.
So you didn't fancy sending your photo?
So I did. So what happens then is, as I'm going back to the wing, he's going, oh, say hello to the boys for me. So I go back on the wing, I'm walking down the landing, I walk past Sid Draper's cell, and I went, oh, Sid, by the way, Bronson said hello. He's gone, that. And I went, what? And he went, don't you know what happened in what happened in Parkhurst? I went, no. He's gone, well, now I'm straight in. Gossip, I love it, I want to hear a bit more, do you know what I mean? Yeah. So I go straight in his cell. So now he's gone, he had this job digging a fish pond in Parkhurst you can't make it up, really, you know what I mean? It's supposed to be like the most dangerous prisoner in the country, and they're giving him a spade, and he's out there digging a hole on the exercise yard with the football pitch there and everything,
Good exercise, that, digging
do you know
a hole.
What I mean? Yeah. Well, yeah. So he says he was digging a hole, and Desi Cunningham, Desi's like I said, Desi's like South London kind of armed robber kind of aristocracy, these are kind of like little legends in their own world, you know what I mean? That you might have come across terms like the chaps or faces, you know what I mean? Chaps are the ones that these aristocratic kind of things, and then the faces of people who everybody knows who they are, every time they go to a different jail, bump, you know who he is.
In America, they say the fellas.
Right, yeah. So, but it's the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So he's gone, so Desi's jogging, and Charlie's gone, all right, Des, Have you ever heard it? Because he does talk. He's got this kind of, all right, mate. He's got that thing. He went, all right, Des. And Des, I don't know whether he had earphones in or whatever, but he was jogging away and blah, blah, blah. And he hasn't said anything. And on the next lap round, Charlie's jumped out of the hole, and he's gone, why are you blanking me? And he's gone, what are you talking about, you mug? You know what I mean? And then Bronson's only giving him a fucking backhander. Yeah, now this is like, whoa, you know? Yeah, and you got to remember that they're all the team. All the bank robbers and the armed robbers and all that lot. When it comes to South London, they're all a team, mate. You know, and Bronson is really an outsider. And he has been all that way because he does it all by himself, isn't he? You know what I mean? He's kind of like his persona that he's made is a self-created. He's created himself. And, you know, what he puts out is what he likes to show, do you know what I mean? So, bang, this is what's happened. So Sid's telling me this story anyway, I wasn't there. So as the exercises finished, Dennis Arif, one of the Arif crime family from South London, he's come up one side of him, got one of his arms and somebody else on the other side, and Desi's come up behind and went stab, 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 stab.
Whoa.
Yeah. So he's just about managed to make it to the wing. Bronson went boom. Yeah. Now it's bang, they're all like, well, get the ambulance, all of that. Yeah, get him sent to a hospital. And he's just about made it. You know, they reckon he flatlined a couple of times on the way, but they managed to save him, you know what I mean? So, so I'm like, oh, obviously I didn't know that, but at that time, so the Cockneys were going little bit like, he's a loose cannon. You know, that's the way they were thinking about it. He's a loose cannon. You can't, you know what I mean? So, but there was another kind of an issue going on as well, yeah? That there was another story attached to this, yeah? So there was a guy called Frank Birdie, who back in the 90s, he was from Leeds. He's dead now, God rest his soul. Actually, when he died, it was in the news of the world. He was running away, obviously finished his sentence, running away from a robbery or something, had a sawn-off shotgun tucked wherever, jumped over a wall, and it accidentally went off and ended up killing him, you know what I mean? Great. But Frank, it was I found him to be a nice enough guy, you know what I mean? We got on well and everything, had curly hair, you know, about your kind of height, and his family was supposed to be big in Leeds, you know what I mean, the drugs, the scene and all that lot. So, and something had happened in Full Sutton. So this is the story, because, you know, everybody gets to hear all the stories, yeah. So, so this was a story from this guy, Stevie Doyle, who's from Liverpool. And, you know, we got to be quite good friends in Franklin. And Stevie was telling me this story about Frank, that Frank had been in Full Sutton and he was serving heroin up. And I think he was serving up this guy who was like, you know, was short of stature, a little bit like myself. And the guy he'd said he'd pay on a certain day, and, you know, he couldn't. And, you know, a lot of people find it understandable. You know, these things happen, you know what I mean? You'll get it, mate. You're not going to run away. You know, we're in maximum security prison. So anyway, this little guy, he had a bit of a protector, you know, he was a big Scottish guy. So, and the Scottish guy went to Frank, said, look, you know, leave it out, Frank, you know, blah, 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 whatever, yeah? So, and so the next part of the story I hear is that the Scottish guy has a cell search, a spin, yeah, and they find a debt list and a few bags of heroin there.
So they got him marked now as a dealer.
So what's happened? No, the thing is that somebody has put a note in the box, but he wasn't a dealer. We know who all the dealers are. So it seems like that so it's coming back on Frank now. So the lads are going to Frank, you've done this. So now I don't know what he can say or what he can't say. But it went off bad style, and Frank got slashed to pieces. I mean, seriously, you know. So what used to happen then is, so he's ended up in F2 in Parkhurst. I don't know if you heard about F2.
No.
Cooper's Troopers. Oh, well, this is like, you know, these are kind of the proper stuff of the 80s and 90s in British prisons, yeah. F2 was like the last staging post before you get nutted off. And the main doctor there was a guy called Dr. Cooper, who apparently, according to legend, he was found dancing around naked in a forest, you know, in the middle of the night, you know what I mean? Which,
What,
you know,
hugging trees or something?
oh, no, God knows, whatever floats your boat, you know. You know. But, you know, this is the guy who's deciding who's nuts and who isn't. Yeah. So Frank's gone there, and then he's decided, yeah, that everybody that was involved in the attack on him is going to get done. Yeah, this is how he's going to, you know, get his head together again. You know, he's on a proper revenge, proper Terminator mission, yeah. So anyway, I'm in a blank block again in Franklin. This is about, I think it must be 97 now. And not long after the Bronson thing as well. So, and I'm looking out of the window, and the block in Franklin has got 2 cages. So, you know, they let 2 people out at a time. One's walking around in one cage, one's walking around in the other cage. So this guy has got curlyish hair, and he's got a black beard and that, yeah. And he comes up and stands in front of the window. I mean, not, you know, because obviously there's a bit of a distance. And he's gone, "All right, Mo." And I'm like, "Who's this? I don't really know, you know." He said, "Oh, don't you recognise me?" I said, "Mate." He's gone, "I'm Frank Burley." I went, "Whoa." I said, "Well, what, you look totally different, you know." Because before that, he was like, you know, clean shaven and all that. Now he's got this beard. But the beard was covering up all the scars and stuff like that, yeah. So you know, he's shouting down at the block, and he's going, "That's Stevie Doyle's at grass. Yeah, it's because of him, they won't let me up on the wing and all this, blah, 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 yeah." I thought, you know what, I know Steve's sweet. Steve did go a bit nuts for a while, but, you know, he managed to sort... Steve, right, so get on this story with Steve, yeah. Steve had shot a policewoman, yeah, had missed her heart by like a millimetre.
Bloody hell.
You know, this is a Scouser, yeah, missed her heart by a millimetre, yeah.
Thank God.
And so he thought he was lucky, because he could have killed her. And he used to walk around, and every time he saw a bit of wood, he used to touch wood. He used to walk around with a match.
So when people touch wood?
Yeah, like luck, you know, for luck.
Yeah.
Touch wood for luck. So he used to put a matchstick in his ear, and you'd see him walking, I'm serious, yeah, see him walking down the landing, touch the matchstick. Walking down the landing, touch the matchstick.
One way to do it, isn't it?
Eh?
It's better than, going around touching
Yeah,
the
no,
kitchen
but
table.
So I go to Steve. I went, "Steve, what's the coup with Frank there?" Because I didn't know that story about Full Sutton. And he's gone, "Well, look, this is what's happened." And I said, "Well, he's calling you grass down there." And it's not just me saying it; he's saying it in front of everybody. So it's everybody's, you know what I mean? And as it happens, they let Frank onto the wing. Yeah. Now, really, the screws, they shouldn't have done that if they heard all this, yeah. So now, right, so this was Franklin before they built the new wings, right? So Franklin, before they built the new wings, we had this field. It was huge, you know what I mean? If you was at one end, you couldn't see a person at the other end. It was like literally about 3 rugby pitches, yeah. And then there was another one which was like asphalt, which had a toilet with, you know, perspex kind of windows. They'd let us out in the evenings there. So they were building the new thingies, and we were out in the perspex here. So Steve's come out. Sorry, Frank Burley's come out. I've said hello to him, yeah. You know, I know him. It's got nothing to do with me, that issue, yeah. So I'm a neutral as far as this is concerned, you know what I mean? So I said, "All right, mate." And he's going, yeah, whatever. And then next thing you know, now everybody knows it's going to go off. So all the Scousers have asked me and my mate Lenny, like, you know, "Look, if it comes off, will you back us? We'll sort you out some money." And Len's up for anything. Yeah, sweet. So anyway, now all of us are walking around, and you know, like when everyone's having a fun, but your eyes just there, you know what I mean? Now, one of them's gone into the toilets. The other one's gone into the toilet. Now we're expecting, like, you know, fireworks and all that lot. Nothing, yeah. About a minute and a half, 2 minutes later, like, what's going on? You know, you kill somebody in seconds, you know what it's like, you know what I mean? So next thing you know, Ronnie O'Sullivan, the dad, yeah, he goes in.
Dad of the snooker player.
Yeah. Only good things to say about Ronnie Senior, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he goes in, and he comes out, and he's got his arms around both of them. You know what I mean? Now, I mean, bear in mind, you know, we're in that kind of thing, you know what I mean? We're like, you know, dogs salivating, you know what I mean, over a fight. It's that kind of thing was going on. I'm like, what's going on there then? That can't be right. Somebody's saying he's a grass, and then... So anyway, we go back on the wing. We're asking Steve Doyle, yeah, what happened, Steve? And Steve's gone, well, I put it on him. I said, why do you call me a grass? And he says, I didn't say it. And I went, you know what I mean? Yeah. So next day, pretty much the next day, there was on D-Wing, I'm on my way, D-Wing, there was a firm of Geordies called the Adamses. I don't know if you've ever heard. John Sayers and all that, John knows all of them. He knows all of these stories and all. If you ever come across John, say hello to him for me.
We had Stephen Sayers on the podcast. Yeah, serious guy. Yeah.
I know John quite well. So anyway, so these Adamses, they'd got one of their workers had come in. It's something called, I think, Bruce Lee. It's like, literally, got that kind of mad name, yeah. So he's come, and now they're feeling like a little bit even more than they were before. There was 3 brothers, now they've got one of them. And it's about tea time. We're just about to go for tea or something like that. And one of the black guys on the wing, I can't his name, I've got it in my book, but he's gone to sit down in a chair, and this Bruce Lee guy is going, that chair's taken, mate. Yeah, or however they say it in a Geordie accent. You know. So anyway, but it's empty. The place is empty. So yeah, are you taking the piss or what?
Yeah.
And now, so we're like, oh, what's going on? Yeah. So this black guy, he goes into their Adams' cell, and to say like what's going on, as he puts his head through the door, he only gets striped. Yeah. Now, oh, mate, it's going to go off. Yeah, it's going to go off. So,
do you want to explain what striped is?
He's got cut. So he's put his head through the thing, and the guys just went like that. So there's no warning, nothing like that. And he was just going like, what's going on? You know, and he's gone into a cell where there's like 3 or 4 of them. So he wasn't expecting anything. He's just like, let's talk, yeah. So anyway, there was a firm of black guys there, and you know, proper lads as well, and so tea times happened. Now the screws really, they should have locked us down because everybody knew what was going to happen. Mate, they opened us up. It just kicked off big style. The oldest of the Adamses, he just locked himself behind the door. The others, they just got stabbed and cut. I mean, literally, the landing was full of blood, yeah? And the screws even just locked the landing, so legged it. I'm serious, yeah? And Frank Burley was there, and Frank's took the side of the black guys, yeah? And he's punched the screw. Now he's gone, yeah? So Frank's gone from Franklin to Wakefield in the block down there, a reallocation. About 6 weeks later...
Monster Mansion.
Yeah, Monster Mansion, yeah. About 6 weeks later, there was a kind of a maddish fight, yeah, and which they said that I was involved, and I wasn't, yeah. They said that I fronted the screws with a broken bottle, yeah, which is not my kind of thing at all, but they did it, you know, they said it, and they've shipped me off to Wakefield for reallocation. So as I'm going, The guy who's in the van with me is Natty Patterson. He's a skinny, coolie, like Jamaican guy. When I say coolie, I mean like literally he's like kind of half Indian, half Jamaican. That's what they call them, coolies, yeah. He's a funny guy. We used to get on really well with the cooking and all that, and proper take the piss out of each other. You know what I mean? I used to slaughter him. But he's skinny and tall, and we used to get on really well. But we're supposed to be on opposite sides of this gang fight, yeah. So, and as we're on the way down, I'm going, fucking hell, mate. Hey, Wakefield, mate, Monster Mansion, and Natty Patterson, yeah. Natty's going, don't worry, Mo, I've got some gear up my arse. When we get there, we'll get on the wing, we'll get a little food bowl going. I'm going, Natty, mate, you don't want to go on the wing there. Every person you see there, you'll want to stab them, you know what I mean? You're better off if you stay down the block, you know what I mean? So anyway, we go down the block. They take us straight into the block, fucking Love Lane, Wakefield. And the block is
Love Lane?
That's the address.
Is it?
It is actually. It's actually on Love Lane.
Oh, how lovely.
Yeah. So, and it's right in the middle of Wakefield as well. So, the main kind of, thoroughfare through Wakefield, that's where it is. And the block is actually outside the wall of the prison. All right. So when you look out of the window, you see the wall of the prison.
That goes on to Love Lane.
Yeah. So we can only look at one side, and then the streets on the other side. Yeah. So I go there, and Natty's kind of bristling, and you want to see the screws there. They're like bulls, and I'm talking that, and the women are like bigger than the men. You know what I mean? and he's like, and I'm going, stop it, you fuck. And I'm just seeing those, those staircases with the, the metal, and I can just hear my head going ding, ding, ding. I'm like, fucking leave it out, mate. You know what I mean? So, and they're going, yeah, gangsters from Franklin, are ya? Gangsters from Franklin. I'm going, no, we ain't gangsters, you know what I mean? And so anyway, he's down there, Rab Harper, Ian Blink McDonald.
Ian Blink McDonald.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ian Blink McDonald. We've done multiple episodes with him.
Yeah.
Check him out on the playlist.
Yeah, he's called Rab Harper. He's down the block down there. So the first thing we kind of do is you go there, you shout out of the window, who's here, get to know who's there. And Charlie's down there as well. And Charlie's got his
Bronson.
own little suit. Yeah, sweet.
I think Blink told me about Rab.
Yeah.
And Charlie, yeah.
So this was around that time.
Okay.
So this is about 90. This is 97. I'll probably get the date for you because I know when I got kicked out of all those places, yeah. So I get chatting with Rab, and I'm rattling off the gear and all of that kind of stuff going on. And Charlie's down there, and Charlie's, I don't know if you know, like, the cells that he was in, what they actually look like. Have you ever seen them?
No.
Right, so what they've done is, downstairs they've turned 3 cells into 2. And they've used the half of the one next to it as a shower. And what they've done is they put bars in front of the door, so they can open the door, and then the bars are like that, and then they can put the food under without actually letting them out and without getting assaulted and accosted and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. And then when Charlie goes out on exercise, he's got a special detail. There's about 6 screws. They've got dogs and all that kind of stuff when he goes out on exercise. So, and where it is when you walk around on the exercise yard, yeah, they're actually kind of like subterranean, so you've got kind of like about that much of the window that so you can squat down and talk to him, and he's down there, yeah. So I'm walking around. So I've known him for years, I mean, going back 86, I've known Bronson. So this is now what, 97, and he's gone to me. What happened? What happened in Franklin with Frank Burley, Mo? And so I tell him the story. I tell him the half of the story, the half that I knew, And, well, this is what happened. He called him across. He's come up on the wing. They've gone out on the thing, and boom. And then Steve said that he's when he asked him, he said he never done it. So I said, all right, boom, whatever. So 6 weeks later, I get shipped to Long Lartin and reallocate. I go back to Lartin now. Lartin, I go in and they want to put me on basic. Oh, that's, sort off all of this. They're going, listen, however you want to do it, whether you want to go down the block or whatever, yeah, you're still going to have to go on basic and all of that. You got to do it. I went, sorry, so go on basic. I get a letter from Frank Burley. He's going, Mo, what are you saying? What's this you're saying about me? And I'm like, mate. And Frank was one of these guys. I told you, he was on a revenge mission anyway. He used to get ounces of heroin sent to other prisons to get people done. Do you know what I mean?
That's low.
Do you know what I mean? So I'm like, mate, and so I wrote him a letter back. I said, listen, Frank, I said, if you remember that night, that evening, when you came out, I was one of the only people who actually spoke to you. Yeah. The other thing is, the story that I heard, I only heard one part of the story. I didn't hear your part because I didn't see you. It was the next day that fight happened and then you got shipped out. I said, when I told the story, I told that half of the story. So, you can't say anything that I said this or whatever, So I'm just boom. So, yeah, so that was about the last time. I was a bit disappointed, really, I thought, what, I could have got stabbed for that, innit,
Yeah. Was that the last time you saw Bronson?
That was pretty much the last time I saw Bronson.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Wow, Mo, you just told that story for 38 minutes, I think it was.
All right.
You are an amazing storyteller. We've not had someone as good since Jamie Morgan Kane.
Okay.
He told a 38-minute story that got 6 million plus views.
Yeah. And this one, I actually cut bits off it because
You shortened it.
Yeah, I did.
Never shorten them.
No.
Never. People say I'm going to cut a long story short. We're like, no.
Yeah, you know
we
what?
want the long.
Somebody, Ian did that. Ian did that, and I was saying, no, don't do that. But no, there was an aspect of that was a little bit controversial.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Stay out
I
of the
thought, you know what?
controversy.
You know what I mean? He probably doesn't need it.
Yeah, we don't want any heat.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Controversy.
He probably
heat.
doesn't need it. I'll tell you later on. You can decide yourself. Yeah.
Right.
All right. So for the viewers then, if you're sat here as gripped as I am by that one story, Mo's book is 300,000 words long. This is a mammoth operation we are undertaking. There is going to be hopefully a series with Mo. We'll get his book out as a trilogy. And now we're going to go back. As I said at the very beginning, we're going to go back chronologically to the beginning of Mo's life. See how far we can take it before we've got to stop it for part 2. But we're just going to let Mo run again. And if anything needs to be asked, we will ask him. So the first thing is then, Mo, what is your racial heritage?
Right.
Yes.
So I come from Kashmir. I was born in Kashmir, 13th of August, 1962. Actually, my dad didn't remember my date of birth, so he actually put a different one on the passport. But they didn't actually register him in those days, and he was busy. The reason why, people come from Pakistan, there's no work there, mate. And Kashmir, even more so, because we're like occupied by India, occupied by Pakistan. So we've got even less of the less work, yeah? So my dad was going to places like, making bricks, working on them furnaces in the, it's like hell, you know what I mean? So anyway, he managed to borrow some money and came to England and left my mum pregnant when he came. So when I met my dad, I was like about 5 years old, something like that, And this is like proper Oedipal, I hated him on sight. We lived in a kind of adobe house, in those days, yeah. And, I had 2 brothers who were older than me. I was the third one. And so I had mum all to myself, you know what I mean? So I was like, I was still being breastfed when I was 5 years old.
So you're a mummy's boy. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Wait until you hear about her later on, mate, you'll realise why. Like my mum, this is why I'm short. My mum's shorter than me. My mum's about 4'11", something like that. But,
And how tall are you?
I'm about 5'4", So she was like proper. She's a force of nature, me mum, God rest her soul. So So in those days, over there, there's no electricity, there's no running water. You know, if you want to cook a meal, yeah, you have to literally go to the nearest forest, break off some wood or whatever, collect the wood on the thing. You have to go to the nearest spring, get the water, you know, and it was hard work. So my mum is by herself. My dad doesn't have any brothers. He's an only boy, and he's got 4 sisters to marry off. And he didn't know it at the time that he was actually owed a lot of land in that village, and that his granddad had, when they kind of populated the village, had let people, you know, they went, right, this is our bit, this is our bit, this is our... And when new people came to the village, they went, yeah, you have that bit, you can build a house there, you can till this land and feed yourselves, you know what I mean? But as things happen, people get greedy and that, and then my dad didn't have any other backup. So anyway, he came to this country, he goes back, and I get kicked out of my mum's bed. So, you know, then he's bribing me with little, you know, like the old sixpence type things, yeah. So, and by in that 5 years or so, he's proper grafted, saved some money, bought a 2-up-2 down in Rochdale, and got me and mum. And my youngest sister was born. So 9 months after my dad turned up, I got a little sister.
What was it like arriving?
I can't remember too much of it. I remember leaving, because I was about 6 at the time. I remember leaving the village, and there was a load of people had walked us to the one road that goes through the village. And there was hardly any cars and stuff. And bear in mind, we're proper in the sticks here in those days. So we get on this horse-drawn carriage, yeah. So we get on the horse-drawn carriage. I'm wearing shoes for the first time in my life, yeah. And we got a suitcase or whatever. And then we go to Rawalpindi, which is about 80 kilometers, something like that, from where we are. But it's a long way because it's all windy roads, you know what I mean, on the side of hills. And Kashmir is like all like hills and mountains, you know what I mean. So anyway, and then we get to Rawalpindi and we stay in this hotel. It's smelly and dirty, and then we're in this little taxi, and all I remember of the taxi was there's a hole on the floor and I could just see the road going past.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Wow.
So we get onto the plane, and it was one of those old 727s or something, you know, like, the guy there was a guy who was coming at the same time, so he was kind of escorting my mum, and he was calling her sister and all this. And I remember we stopped a few times, and one of the places we stopped was Paris, and he was saying to my mum, he says, oh, look, sister, this is like the most beautiful city in the world.
Did you see the Eiffel Tower?
Yeah, as we kind of was taking off, you know. I mean, I remember seeing, like, you know, the that thing. But, you know, when we got here, I was knackered out, and it was January 26th, 1969, and it was cold, and it was snowing, and the snow, and it was like, you know, there was not many cars in those days, you know. I feel like I'm talking about Victorian times, but, but you know, it was the snow, and it was just like a blanket across the road, and because there weren't that many cars. You know, and the street we were living on, there's hardly any car go down anyway, so it's like that all day, yeah? So I'm used to running around in my pyjamas and you know, barefoot, and I run outside, and I can't work out why my feet are hurting. Yeah, so I've never seen snow, I don't even know what it is, yeah?
Did it confuse you, seeing all the white snow on the floor?
Yeah. So but you know, so I wanted to run in it. I'm thinking it's like sand or something like that, isn't it? You know. So I go running in, and then I come running back, and I'm crying, and my mum goes, "What's the matter?" It's hurting. She goes, "You silly sausage," you know what I mean? Yeah, it's snow. You're not supposed to go out there with that. That's all. You know, it's like burning yourself. You learn the hard way. You know? So we were living in a 2-up-2 down. Me, mum, my sister, and my dad. We were in one room. And the other room were some relatives of my dad. One of them was my cousin. Another one was like one of our kind of like, you know, a bit more distant relative. One of them was my dad's cousin. Yeah, he was like about, I don't know, 18, 19 at the time. I'm about 6, yeah. So he's kind of playing with me at that time. And this is, it gets a bit dark at that time. I didn't know what was going on.
Oh, dear.
I'm only a kid, you know what I mean? And to be truthful, a lot of that period of my life, I can't remember. At home, I can't remember. I can remember going to school. I can remember going out but at home, I can't. About 2 years, I can't remember. You know what I mean?
Blocked it out.
Yeah, and the guy was kind of wrestling with me, grooming me and stuff like that. I didn't know what was going on, and then he was like actually abusing me. Then he was like then we'd move from one house to another house, and then because we were sharing a bedroom. So by this stage, my 2 older brothers had come. I've got another younger brother born in this country, and another one younger than him born in this country. So my eldest brother, he's got a room by himself because he was 14 when he came. But he was a rocket scientist. My brother, I swear to God, he's a rocket scientist, retired now. He comes to this country 14. He did 7 O-levels. He did 6 months English teaching centre, went to school, high school, In 18 months, he did 7 O-levels, one of them, chemistry, just through a book, He did 3 A-levels, went to Nottingham University, did a degree in electronic engineering, had been working for British Aerospace all his life, designing guidance systems on missiles.
Wow.
So So when I say the rockets, I mean it literally.
Literally.
So we're in this next house. This next house is bigger. My eldest brother's got his own room, and we've got all this room, and we're sharing with this guy, and he's creeping into my bed every night, and he's just like sticking his fucking bits between my legs, and pretty much just wanking himself off in there. You know what I mean? And my behavior, no. So even before that, something happened. I don't know what had happened, and I got constipated to such a degree I couldn't go to the toilet for 6 days, So my mum took me to the doctor, and the doctor gave her these little pills to stick on my little bum.
A pessary.
I don't know what it was, but it made me go, but
any enema.
No, they were tiny little pills, but it must be breaking your stuff down, innit? Breaking your shit down, I was going to say. So anyway, so this is what he was doing, was like creeping into bed, doing that at night, then going back into his own bed, and he'd have this shirt that he used to, come in, and he'd just wedge it down the side of my bed, My bed was up against the wall, and, I'm just sleeping through it or pretending not to, because I don't know what's going on. But at some stage, I realized that what he's doing is wrong. And then one night, it was like probably the last time he came in and he penetrated me, and then something in my head just went bang, and then I just started kicking, and I just kicked him out, and I just went, you know what I mean? So, and by this time, about 11 or something like that, you know what I mean? But my behavior has just gone like that. I don't know. Even when I look back now, I can't tell you what I thought or what, but I felt like I had to be hard. I wanted to give that impression that I was hard, but I was only little, you know what I mean? And this is before everybody else had a growth spurt and all that, and I'm still little. So so I don't know how, I'm wearing Wrangler jackets, I'm wearing Doc Martin boots, I'm smoking, you know what I mean? I go to school in the morning. There was a shop just round the corner, and she used to serve us 10 number 6, a box of matches. So by the age of 11, I'm buying my own fags every day. Mum, the pocket money she used to give me, I won't catch the bus and that, you know what I mean? That's what we used to do. And then I started thieving, and then, the mates, the group of friends that I had at that time, they were like normal guys, you know what I mean? So one of them was from a, large Catholic, Irish family, the Doolins, you know what I mean? So we lived in West Street in Rochdale. So they're like the three of us, like three musketeer type thing. So we had one who was older than us, Ted. Ted's up in Scotland now, in Mohammed Akil. He's got a Specsavers, you know, he's doing really well for himself. Johnny Doolin, who was like my age, you know what I mean? I fancied his sisters and all that, you know what I mean? So I used to run away from home and stay at John's. He was just live around the corner. So that was like, you know, my kind of teen. But, you know, everywhere we went, I was the one who did the bad thing or did the worst bad thing, you know what I mean? I did the nuttiest thing, and, you know, suddenly I'm bunking off school now. But, all right, so going back to kind of when I was about 12, yeah, the school, I was a middle school, they gave me a letter, and my English was quite good. I didn't know at the time anyway. But they gave me a letter and said, give it to your parents. And I opened it along because I thought, I'm in trouble, you know what I mean? Because now I'm smoking, I think I'm a bad kid, you know what I mean? So I've opened this letter, and it says that they recommended that I should go to Littleborough Grammar School. And I thought, I don't want to go to Littleborough Grammar. So I've ripped the letter up and stuck it down the gutter, yeah, the drain. Because my brother was at Green Hill, which was like the roughest school in town, but I wanted to be, you know, in the school where my brother was. So, and by the time I got to Green Hill, now I'm bunking, you know, or we're whacking it, you know what I mean? And in those days, you could go all around Greater Manchester for 2p on the bus. And this was that's, you know, I used to go in the morning, get my mark, go to assembly, and on the way back, I'd jump out the window and I'd be gone. I would go around Rochdale or round Manchester or whatever, but then, you know, my mum, she's like proper strict as well. Do you know what I mean? So she found out that I was smoking. She realized I wasn't going to stop, so she didn't, you know, do my head in about it. So, but I couldn't explain how I was absent. So what I used to do every, you know, few weeks, I'd volunteer to take the register up to the form office, chip into the toilets along the way, have a little red pen and put little L's in all the zeros. Yeah, so all the ones where I was absent, they were all late. So my mum was going, how come you're late 53 times this term, you know what I mean? Like literally haven't been, you know what I mean? So, and, you know, I was quite bright, and they were expecting kind of, you know, if my eldest brother's a rocket scientist and he's been educated, you know, while he's herding goats in Kashmir, I should be fucking a brain surgeon or something like that, you know what I mean? But I had this whole kind of like, I just angry, hated myself. I just couldn't see what I would ever do. I remember talking to my little brother one time, and you know, and I'm not talking a long time ago. And I was saying that, you know, there was a time in my life when I used to think that being in care would be a good option. That was like what I was looking forward to. I thought, you know, well, get out of this house and go to care. I didn't know what being in care was like, but I knew lads who was, you know, in there. So I was getting in trouble with the police. So the only time, because my dad used to work 2 shifts, you know, I'd see him as I was going in the house, he was coming out, or I was, you know, coming out, he was coming in. So, and the only time I walked with my dad is when he picked me up from the police station at kind of 3-4 o'clock in the morning, you know what I mean? I've had another row, I've gone for 3 days, you know, when I'm 13, 14, 15, and that's how, yeah, that's how I got to kind of 15, yeah? And so it was just getting worse and worse. So, but they didn't know what it was. No, none of my family have kind of gone through this thing. None of them it's only recently that I've started talking about it. That they go, well, how come, why did you do all that? Why, you know, we can't understand. So I get to 15, and Christmas 77, yeah, and I've got my mock exams coming up soon, yeah, and I'm shitting it because I know I'm going to fail everything. It's all going to come on top, you know, all this blagging that I've been doing for years, yeah. So my mum says, do you want to go to Kashmir for a 3-week holiday?
You were like,
I
yes.
went, yeah. Sweet. So my elder brother than me, Azzy, well, there's two of us really, because he left home, he set up with an Irish girl, Barbara, and, you know, I was the only one in the family who knew about this. This was quite kind of like, it was mad because, you know, I don't know if you know about the Asian community, how they are, and, you know, how many people you know, how we live and all that. But you expect it to kind of do what your parents tell you. You know, you go through the whole Muslim, the mosque thing, yeah. And, you know, when I was, the first street that we lived on, Lower Sharif Street, that 2 up, 2 down, the first house was called the Golden Mosque. That was the biggest mosque in Rochdale, yeah. So my mum used to send me there before school every morning. So by the time I'm 7, I've read the Quran from cover to cover in Arabic, yeah. I don't even know English at this time, yeah.
Wow.
So I can read it in Arabic, yeah. So now, we have to do that one there, and then when we moved to the next location, which was a little bit, so then by this stage I was bunking off that as well. And the guy who was abusing me, he'd given me this kind of like a nickname, you know, Qaim Deen, which means like, you know, somebody who's attained a religion, you know, you're on the right religion. And I'm thinking, and in me, it was relating to that. So I was like hating it. And so I was hating the religion and that, you know, to me, it was that, you know what I mean? So, and my brother, he's 4 years older than me. Razi, he's dead as well now, God rest his soul. It was last year he died. He went to Kashmir, had a stroke. And me and him, we were kind of really quite close, you know what I mean? My eldest brother is 6 years older, so he's in a different kind of a thing. So as he was going out, so we used to go to youth clubs in those days, yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, and you know, we chat to the girls there and we play football and table tennis, do all of that kind of stuff. And I was quite an active kid. You know, I was in the Air Cadets in Rochdale. I've flown planes with them, you know what I mean? And my brother, he was studying at Oldham Tech College. So during the day he was there. He said to me, can you go to the flat and, you know, when the furniture and stuff like that comes, do that? And I said, yes, all right. So we do that. The local shops around there, we're robbing them. We've got a place to chip during the day now. He set up with Barbara there. And when he left our house, that was a big thing because nobody saw it coming.
Right.
So my mum and dad are like, oh my God, what's happened here? You know, what are people going to think? All of that kind of stuff. As he says to me, when I told him that I'm going to Kashmir for a 3-week holiday, as he's gone, don't go. I went, why? He's gone, Mo, you won't come back. What? I said, they won't do that to me. He knew, mate. I said, they won't do that to me. He says, I'm telling you, if you want my advice, don't go. But I was thinking more about, A, I want to leave the country. B, I don't want to do my mock exams. All of that kind of stuff. So one of the guys who used to live with us at that first house in Rochdale, yeah, he's my escort going back to Kashmir. So now I'm 15. It was about 9-10 years now since I left. I can't remember anything about what it was like. I I've got a skateboard and stuff like that.
Typical teenager.
Yeah, I've got. Yeah, but in our area, nobody had a skateboard. I had to because I was a right little thief. So we go on the way, and this is in January 1978.
Oh, wow.
So we're in this plane going to Kashmir. The guy who's with me, I'm trying to make out I don't smoke, but I'm chipping off to the back every 10 minutes, having a fag.
So you could smoke on planes back then?
No, yeah, of course you
Oh,
could. And there's these Iranian students, and this is just before the Islamic Revolution in Iran. So these lads are sitting at the back there, and they're drinking whiskey and soda. And they're going, "Do you want a whiskey and soda?" Oh, no, he'll get on me. And then next time I go there, "Do you want a whiskey and soda?" I say, "Yeah, go on then." Bang, knock that one back. Next one, bang, knock that one back. So, but before we went, I had to have the jabs and stuff like that to go. And because my mum knew what she was doing, she'd got the clothes and stuff like that for me. So for the first time in my life in 1978, I had a pair of platform heeled and them bell-bottom trousers and stuff like that. I've got a dodgy photo of me wearing that stuff. So we're going to Pakistan, Islamabad airport. By this time, I'm half cut, but because you're in a pressurized hull, you don't realize it. You think you're all right. So as soon as the door opened and I smelled the air and it was those stairs going down, I'm like, whoa, just about caught myself. And go out into the street in Pakistan suddenly after living in this environment for 10 years. And mate, you're like, what is this? It's just dust, and it wasn't heat so much because it was January. But then you've got all the beggars there with all the deformities, and I'm like, oh no. And the guy who's with me, Mo, don't do that, mate. They'll follow you all the way to Courtly, where we're going. So I go, he drops me off at my auntie's. He goes to do his own things, 3 weeks later, no letter, no phone. What's going on? I go through my suitcase, passport's there, ticket, one-way single. One-way single, mate. I went, oh, mate. And my skateboard, there's not even a pass to do the skateboard. It's all like, there's no pass.
So you didn't check the ticket before you left?
No, they didn't give me the ticket. I had an escort, the chaperone, the guy who was with me. He had the ticket. I was reading the book, The Exorcist, on the way there.
Oh, wow.
So imagine this one, So now I go there, and they all believe in all this, these things and demons and, stuff getting into people and stuff like that, you know what I mean? And I went to this village where my grandmother's from, and they said that this woman had this thing, and this guy, he knew how to get it out of her. So I'm with this guy now, and I'm bearing in mind, I've read The Exorcist, So I'm sitting with him, and she's lying on a bed, and she's got this kind of guttural, I'll do this, I'll do this, And he's going, oh, if you don't leave her, I'm going to stab you, and I'll do this and that, etc. And they're going through all of this, and I'm like, proper, mate, what if it's all real, do you know what I mean? And then the place where we were, it was on the side of a hill, so there like front yard is like the roof of the barn where the animals are kept. So he gets a water pitcher, puts it on the corner of that roof, and he's come back and he says, I want to know, when you leave this woman, leave her now, when you leave her, I want you to knock that pitcher over, and that's in the picture, But they must have, it didn't fall, Right. But I'm thinking, maybe, I can't say, but that's what he'd done. So anyway, I'm there for, 8 months. I see some rest of my family, like in other parts of Pakistan and stuff like that. And then my mum, our Azzy, my sister Raz, and my youngest brother, Harishvak, they turned up.
How did you survive for the 8 months?
Well, I was staying at my auntie's.
Okay.
My dad had a building over there, and the rent that they were getting for the building, I was getting 20 rupees a week, which is a couple of quid or whatever. But it was a lot of money. I mean, 20 rupees, and there a packet of fags cost less than a rupee. So you can imagine, it was great. So once you get used to the fact that, it's not 5,000 miles away, it's actually like 500 years back in time. They've got no electricity still. Yeah, there's no TVs. The odd kind of person's got a TV. The odd kind of person's got a phone. So that's the environment. So I've just put myself into that environment. I've seen, they're like peasant farms. So everybody's doing their own little thing. It's just about enough to get them by. But, everybody wants to send somebody abroad so that they can send money back and that they can build a house and stuff like that. So on my 16th birthday, 13th of August, my mum and the rest of my family, they land in Islamabad airport. I've gone down to see my uncle, my mum's eldest brother. And because my mum's, it was a love marriage between my mum and my dad, and her eldest brother was the one that married them. Yeah, because he officiated at it. Yeah, so he was a doctor. Yeah, he'd got a certificate, and he was, doing doctoring there. Yeah, but he had quite a lot of status, and he was a very stern kind of man, about 22 stone. Big red face on. He's a big guy. And then it was the first time I see him, and he didn't even look at me. And I thought, that's a bit weird, He's my uncle, And he just walked past me, and I had quite long hair at the time. Next thing I know, a barber's turned up from nowhere, flung me on the bed, and they chopped me fucking hair off, And I was literally almost in tears. I thought, wow, I can't say nothing, So anyway, I go back from that, and that... it's night. Well, not night. It's kind of like morning, about 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. And it's a really clear night. I can remember it to this day, August. And the corn is like really, really tall. It grows to about 8-10 foot. And you're walking through these little paths, through the fields. And I get to and it's like a full moon. And I get to my auntie's house where I'm staying. And I don't know my mum's coming. I'm looking for a bed to lie in, and then I see my little brother.
Oh.
And now I can't wait till he wakes up, Then I wake up, because he was 5 at the time, and then I find out who's come, and he's gone, Azzy's come. And I couldn't believe Azzy'd come, because Barbara was gorgeous, I thought him and Barbara was going to be like a problem, but they've just got into his head, and, took him over there, married him off. They wouldn't let me back at that time. They're saying, right, unless you get married, we're not going to send you back. Yeah, because they think that marriage is that, well, they thought sending me to Kashmir was the answer to me thieving, yeah, and then getting married would be the answer to me, all the rest of it, which, anyway, my brother, Azzy, God rest his soul, he taught my mum out of it, and then come December 78, we came back to England. But this time, they'd all moved from Rochdale to Luton. So now, I've got no mates. Yeah. And while I'm there, they've all right. The area that we're from in Kashmir, most of them people, they live in the Luton area. So we were like, on kind of an outpost, and they were saying, well, look, anytime there's a wedding or a funeral, we have to kind of go up there, and it's easy for you guys. If you come here, there's loads of us, but there's only one of you. So that's what my dad decided. So when I come back, it was like, well, new chapter and all of that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Right.
So what was Luton like for you then?
Luton back then.
Luton was weird. Luton was
What year are we on now?
So we're on beginning of 78 now.
Okay.
So now I'm
like
16.
Punk rock, wasn't it? Was out around then.
Yeah.
76.
Yeah.
78.
So I'm in. I've got no qualifications at all. Yeah, I haven't finished school. I'm thinking, what am I going to do? But I've got all this unresolved trauma that still kind of wants to burst out, but doesn't know how. And so I do a bit of work. Then I start college. I started a course which was, if I passed it with a credit, it was like 4 O-levels. There's a business studies back in general, and then a back national to get A-levels. But at that time, I saw my dad speaking at a meeting of the JKLF. Right? This is how I get into the political thing, yeah. So, and I thought, you know what, this is the first time I've ever seen him like in this role where he's standing up and everybody's looking at him and, you know, hearing what he's saying. And I couldn't really understand that much, but, you know, I could take some of it in. So, and then Arazi, he was into the politics quite a bit. And because I said to him, I said, you know, these were early 80s, the time of Sabra and Shatila, the camps in Beirut, where the, I think the Israelis and I think it was the South Lebanese, I can't remember, it was one of the factions in Lebanon as well, they'd attack these camps and just kill these people. And, you know, they wanted to get rid of them. They wanted to get rid of the Palestinians out of Beirut, basically. So I said to Azzy, I said, well, you know what, I'd like to go down there and help them, you know. Because, you know, when you can't see a way forward, then you're always looking for something to kind of prove your life, you know, go on a life or death mission. And maybe that you know, if you live, then there's a purpose to your life, you know what I mean? Yeah. So I when I look back, I think maybe that is something like that. So, and as he's gone to me, well, but Kashmir's like that. So, well, what do you mean? And he's gone, well, Kashmir was never a part of the British Empire. He says when the British fought the Sikhs in the 1840s, it's not even the British, it was the East India Company, as it was going up through India, it had 2 wars with the Sikhs, and the Sikhs had conquered Kashmir, so it got Kashmir as part of the kind of a dowry thing, and one of the guys who helped them defeat the Sikhs, he bought Kashmir off the East India Company. And what's happened is he's realized that, you know, they all want to go to Kashmir in the holidays, because in the summer, because it's nice and cool and in the mountains and lakes and all of that. So he's had a blanket ban saying outsiders can't buy land in Kashmir. So then they decided to make hotels and houses on boats, which are the houseboats, the famous houseboats in Kashmir. So as he's going to me, oh, look, this has happened, and then partition happened in 1947, and then at partition, we weren't part of India, we weren't part of Pakistan. Yeah, but Pakistan wanted Kashmir, so they've thrown some of their own people pretending to be civilians to say, right, we're Kashmiris, we want Kashmir with Pakistan. The Maharaja, who was Hindu, has asked Nehru, said, look, you know, help me. He's gone, well, I'll help you, yeah, but if you accede to India, and the majority of the population of Kashmir is Muslim, it's about 80% Muslim, something like that. So under those conditions, the Indian army came, the Pakistani army, who probably for the first time in recorded history, whose the heads of both armies were British. The field marshals of both armies were British, because this was still going through partition. And then Mountbatten said, well, look, you know, the Kashmiris should decide. And then Nehru took the case to the United Nations and said, yes, you know, we'll let them have a referendum. And then they never held the referendum. And this is the kind of the root cause of the Kashmiri issue. And what happened was, there was one of the guys who was one of the founders of the Kashmiri Freedom Movement, a guy called Maqbool Butt, who was under a death sentence in India. You know, he'd been active in the 60s, you know. They'd got him for murder and stuff like that. You know, had shootouts with the police and the army and stuff like that. He'd escaped from prison there, gone to Pakistan, then gone back again himself. He was under a death penalty when he went back. So this guy's proper serious, you know what I mean? It's like Che Guevara to us, you know what I mean? So anyway, he's gone back and then he's got captured again and then he's been on death row for 12 years and stuff like that. So this is, when I looked at Kashmir, I'm looking at it through the eyes of a kid that's grown up in the West, believes in Greenpeace and stuff like that, do you know what I mean? Yeah. So then, I did my bit of college, did a bit more the Kashmiri thing. Had more mates from college mates, going out. I was always, having a drink, having a smoke, doing all that kind of stuff. I fell out with one of my lecturers who was the head of the course when I was doing the Beck National, which would have been equivalent to A-levels.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to get to a position where I can kind of get a good certificate, something to give me a platform for the future. So anyway, and then in those days you could do a part-time course, A-levels, as long as you did less than, I think, 16 hours or something like that. So I did that. I did government and politics and economics. I passed the government and politics, a 1-year part-time course, A-level, got a C in that, and that got me to Leicester Poly, and that was when the thing that happened that got me into the prison, that's what happened then, right?
Wow.
So, yeah.
So you're doing well.
Eh?
You're doing well, you've got your qualifications, and then what happens?
Right. So I've got my A-level, so I'm going into Leicester Poly to do a HND in business studies, yeah? So which should be enough to get me through life in a reasonable kind of a manner. But, I've still got this unresolved thing, and it's coming out, I'm dressing up all kind of mad clothes and, new romantic and stuff like that. I mean, I'm serious. I was like adamant and, you name it. I was like all of that, you know what I mean? And, this was the thing that, I'd walk down the street in Luton, yeah, and I stuck out like a...
I thought you were the boy.
Yeah, these... I got.
What's your adamant impression?
No. Well, no, I mean, the whole. Right,
do you remember the lyrics?
Have you got them?
Unplug the jukebox.
Oh, it's all a favour.
That music's lost its taste. So find another flavour and music.
I knew all of that. I was into all of that. Yeah, to such an extent. I used to walk around. I had a cape.
What?
Yeah, I swear to God, yeah. I had a cape. I used to have these, like Captain Jack Sparrow. I swear to God, yeah. I used to get berated, yeah. I mean, that takes some doing to walk down the street and somebody going, "You're weird," you know what I mean? Well, I must be doing something right, yeah.
You owned it.
Yeah. So by this stage, I've got these kind of dual life going on. And we're going on marches and demonstrations for the Kashmiri cause thing, and then this guy, Sarat Iqbal, who was living in Letchworth, had moved to Luton, was staying in a house that my dad owned on the same road, and I'm living in Leicester now. I've started the course there. He comes up, says, "Oh, will you come to Birmingham? I want to introduce you to a few people." And I said, "Yeah, I'll come." And then something else happened, and it
for
didn't.
A party? Or
I don't. Well, I thought, yeah, it could have been anything to me. Yeah, say hello. Yeah, sit down, smoke a few joints, have a few drinks. That kind of stuff. Maybe, I don't know. So, it's just one of them ones, isn't it? So, and then the next time we come, it's the same thing. So. Actually, no, this was, he came with another guy. This guy I knew from the organizer, from the Jammu Kashmir Liberation Front as well. But he was from Birmingham. So the pair of them have turned up on a Sunday night. And usually I'm out Sunday, I'm out Saturday, I'm out Friday. And they've turned up and come in. "Oh, all right, guys, what do you want? We'll sit down, have a cup of tea, have a chat." And he's gone, oh, I want you to, he said, come down next week, come down to Birmingham. I want to introduce you to a few people. I said, oh, yeah, whatever. And he's asked to borrow a key of my house, my Yale house key. And I used to use that to nick my brother's Ford Capri, yeah, and Arazi. Yeah, and it used to work, you know.
Did it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you just jiggle it and, you know, boom. And then I used to drive around in it. So he's obviously seen me do that. And I thought, oh, that's the only thing I can think of that he would want that key for. And he didn't realise it's not the key, it's the person who's jiggling it, do you know what I mean? So anyway, so so I go the next Thursday, I get a coach, I go on the coach to Bullring in Birmingham. And bear in mind, you know, I'm getting really well with the lads in the Hall of Residence where I'm living. Get on great with everybody. Where I'm organising this football thing between one Hall of Residence and another. I'm staying in Lawrence Kershaw Hall of Residence. So we've got this team, and, you know, we used to go and, you know, Leicester Nick outside this Mandela Park. We used to practice there, and I never thought, you know, about what them people are like behind those bars. So, and we were supposed to play a game that Sunday. So I left and I said to the guys, I said, listen, I'm going to Birmingham. If I'm not back today, I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, because I'm not expecting anything. So anyway, I get there, and he comes, picks me up from the Bullring. He's in a hired car. There's some other guys in there, and, you know, I thought, well, maybe these are the kind of guys he wants to introduce me. I was getting in the car. So now we're driving around some suburbs of Birmingham. We're going somewhere, and I don't know Birmingham, so it could be anywhere. So he says, and that's when the alarm bell started to ring. He says, I want you to look after somebody for a while. Yeah. I went, what do you mean I've got to look after someone? What do you mean? And he's gone, I'll brief you when we get there. And now I'm like, what? So anyway, we walk into this house. It's newly bought. There's there's no furniture, all of that kind of thing. There's, 4 or 5 lads there, all kind of older than me. I'm about 21 at the time. They've got guns. Yeah. Now he's dropping this plot on me. Yeah, saying that this guy, that Maqbool Butt, the one who escaped from and they got captured again, was doing on the death penalty. They're about to carry the death penalty out, right? And we've got to do something. I said, well, what do you think you could do, yeah, to stop that? He said, well, we're going to kidnap the High Commissioner at the consulate, the Indian consulate in Birmingham, and we're going to hold him hostage. Yeah, and so I'm going, whoa, I can't do this. I said, look, now I'm like, a million excuses at once, yeah. I went, no, for a start, yeah. I said, I've got to be in court, magistrates Monday, and I had a breathalyzer charge, yeah. I said, I've got to be in court on Monday. If I'm not there, it's going to be on top, you know what I mean? Do you get somebody else? No, he says, I'll stay here, yeah, until Sunday, and I'll get somebody else. And, mate, I'm stuck, you know what I mean? I'm stuck. I can't, because it's like, now it's because my dad's the president of the organisation there. And even though we can't be seen to be that organisation, everybody knows it is. Yeah. So, and he gives me this kind of ransom note, yeah, that they want these 3 guys out. One of them's Maqbool Butt, another one's called Hamid Butt, another one's called Riaz Dar, yeah, and he wants £1 million as well. Yeah, you might as well add a few more. Might as well add a few more while you're at it, you know what I mean? £1 million as well. And he's asked the Jammu Kashmir Liberation Front to be the negotiators, right? This is what, and I'm like, mate, and I'm just flabbergasted, and I can't think of a way out. I realise I'm properly stuck. And now I'm thinking, what's the kind of least I can do? and slip away without causing too much damage to anybody else and myself. Do you know what I mean? So he asked me to write. So I write the fair copy of this ransom note. They go out to get this High Commission. So it's actually happening now, yeah? So this is the 2nd of February 1984. They go out, they come back about an hour hour and a half later. He's not there. Yeah, lucky for him, he's on a meeting down in London. So they go, I'm going, is that it? No, we're going to go back tomorrow. We're going to get him tomorrow. Mate. So now the guy who's in there with me, so right, there's two of us who are in this role of the guards, yeah. The other guy, a guy called Qayyum Raja, he's come over from Paris, France, yeah, and his passport's run out as well. So I think he didn't actually know what was going on, yeah. They've roped him in because he's from France. They've roped me in because I'm recently in Leicester. If I'm missing in Leicester, people will think I'm in Luton, and the Luton people think I'm in Leicester. So this is what this guy is thought, and this guy is supposed to be a mate. Yeah. So the next day they come back. They've got somebody. They've got this guy. He's got wraparound sunglasses with tape on the inside. They've done his hands up. And they've whacked him over the head, you know, when they've nabbed him off the street. And he's like, you know, middle-aged, he's nondescript, you know what I mean? Thickly set, and he's just confused and bewildered, mate. And as they're walking past, so this house, it's got kind of 3 bedrooms. There's one in the middle, there's one in the back, and there's one in the front. We're in the middle one. Out the front, there's a main road. I found out later on it's Alum Rock Road. The house is 370 Alum Rock Road. And so you go up the stairs, you're going through the landing, and as they're walking past me, I asked Musarat, that guy, I said, who is it? Who have you got? He's gone, we've got the Assistant High Commissioner. The High Commissioner was still there, had to do it, had to get him. So got the Assistant High Commissioner. So, mate, you know, no, hey, I know we're not getting anybody. We're not getting anybody released. We're getting nothing. Yeah, I'm just on a hiding to nothing. Yeah, I'm just going to try and do as little as possible. So anyway, they've took him into the room. They've had a few goes at him, called him Indian bastard, this one, that one, yeah. And as I go in there, I see he's bleeding from his head and stuff like that. One of the guys there, I've gone, listen, I want you to get some bandages, I want you to get some Savlon, antiseptic cream, stuff like that, yeah. No. Because now they're all like paranoid, yeah. And I said, look, you know, you fucking trapped me in here. You're going to have to start, you know what I mean? I'm not going to sit here with a guy bleeding to death in front of me, you know what I mean? So anyway, about 45 minutes later, he's come back with some antiseptic cream. He's come back with some bandages. I've untied him. We've gone to the bath, washed his head, put some bandages on him. Because I'm thinking, Sean, I'm gone, mate. This is on a Friday now, 3rd of February. I thought Sunday, 5th, I'm gone. I'm going to say as little as possible so it doesn't get on my voice. And, you know, my mate, the Qayyum, the other guy, you know, he's having a good chat with him in Urdu and stuff like that. And, you know, my Urdu's wasn't that clever anyway. So I'm waiting for my relief now on the Sunday. So, you know, we're doing the watch, you know, the two of us. So what's happened is on the Friday night, he's dropped the Diplomat with us, Mr. Matra, Ravindra Matra it was called, Ravinder Harishwar Matra. He's dropped him with us. He's gone down to London, where the Reuters press agency, opposite that is obviously a phone box, and he's left the ransom note and his keys and his diplomatic ID to say, right, we've got him. And phoned Reuters and said, look, go there and, you know, you'll find this, that and the other. So anyway, they do that. So the Friday night gone, now Saturday, Yeah, and bear in mind, I don't know we're on Allen Rock Road. And the reason why I say that, Allen Rock Road used to be the headquarters of the JKLF was at 348 Allen Rock Road, and we're at 370 Allen Rock Road. So literally 11 doors away from what used to be the headquarters of the Jammu Kashmir Liberation Front. So that's what JKLF means, really. So the next day, all I can hear is police cars, yeah. And I'm thinking, what are the police doing here? Yeah. And now I'm thinking about the Iranian embassy siege, yeah, where the SAS have come in through the windows. all we've got is like these replica guns that they've given us because they've took the tools with them, you know. So Qayyum's having a chat with this guy, and I'm trying to say as little as possible, you know, untied him. In the end, he ain't going to go nowhere. So I'm waiting till Sunday. Now my head's battered, you know. And none of us are hardly eating anything. Qayyum can't cook anyway. So anyway, come Sunday night, I hear a tap downstairs. So I'm like, whoa, me, gone, see you later. I go downstairs. I look through the door at the bottom of the stairs. I see him, Surah, outside. Good. I've gone to the window, opened the window. I've gone, what are we doing? Because I'm expecting him to say, oh, you know, I've got somebody and you can go. Yeah. And he's gone, no, it's bang on top. We're going to go out and shoot him. Oh, mate. Yeah. So I'm going, now and more, right? Shit, what am I going to do? Right. So I'm going, look. Yeah, well, you don't want me for anything. You know, I haven't got a gun. I'm not going to be the one that's shooting him. You know what I mean? So I've gone, listen, mate, I needed to go to Luton, really, because of the court case on the Monday. But I made the excuse that I need to go to Leicester to try and get away from them. Yeah, he's going, no, we'll drop you off at Leicester, yeah. Go and get, so, you know, just to get me head off it, he's going, go and get, they couldn't find the back door key. Yeah, to open the back door. Go and get a screwdriver to open the lock off the back door. So I go out, shock me brother Aziz's there. I'm going, what are you doing here? And he's going, what are you doing here? So, you know, after we've done that one, I've gone, we'll deal with this later. Give me a screwdriver. I've taken that off. As I've taken that off, they're coming down. I go in, I sit in the front passenger seat, my brother's driving, them two are in the back, and the diplomat, Mr. Martra, is in the middle. We're going along to Leicester now, at the M69, whatever it was. As we get closer to Leicester, they're telling him that they're going to release him, whatever, they're looking for a spot. They get off the motorway. They find a spot going down this road. It looks like, you know, one of these little B roads. It's dark. It's February, you know what I mean? Dark. I just don't know what to do. They've gone out. He's gone stop the car. They've gone out. We've gone, turned the car around, come back. As we've come back, and we've gone quite way up as it goes. As we come back, them two are running down the side of the road, yeah, and they've done the deed, yeah. I found out later on, Qayyum had a cut on his finger. Apparently, Masarrat had said to him, hold him and I'm going to shoot him, yeah. He's found out he's going to be shot. He's got hold of the gun. They've started fighting, yeah. He's got Qayyum's finger. Qayyum must have tried to hold him, got his finger in his mouth, going proper like that, you know what I mean? Anyway, they've done it.
Where did they shoot him?
Once in the head, twice in the body. The guy, and so just left him in the road. I thought it was a B road, yeah. Anyway, they dropped me off in Narborough Road, Leicester. I'm away, but you know, everything that could go wrong, could possibly go wrong, has already gone wrong. I'm walking back to my student digs thinking, what am I going to do? What am I going to say? My head's battered, you know. anything that I had in, I had a balaclava because I always catch the balaclava on. So I didn't want him to see me because I thought, he didn't recognize me, yeah. So I chucked the balaclava, threw that in the river on the way. I go into my hall of residence, I go have a shower, I come back out, put some fresh clothes on. I walk into our communal kitchen, which was the TV room, and there's an outside broadcast, the news is on. Yeah, the outside broadcast is where we've just been.
Between the time he'd been shot and you got home,
Yeah.
how long was that?
Maybe 40 minutes, 50 minutes, something like that. And I'll tell you why this happened, yeah. So as I've walked in, all the lads, because they know I'm a Kashmiri, and I had a picture of, I had a poster of Maqbool Butt on my wall, but then again, I'm not into like, let's get guns and, shoot people and, throw bombs and all that. So, I'm just into having a good time and stuff like that. And, if somebody's taking the liberty, I do want to stick up for it. I mean, that's my, kind of basic outline. And they're all, Mo, have you seen this? What's happened there? Bum, bum, bum. And I'm just, what are you talking about? And I'm just, hi, mate, me, I don't even watch the news. I've been out clubbing and blah, blah, and I've given it that one, yeah. But inside me, I'm like, straight away.
Yeah.
And I found out later that wasn't a road. That was the drive to a farm. Yeah. The farmer had taken his missus out for a meal on that Sunday night, and they were on their way back. It was about 9:30, something like that. And they found the body along the way. Must have been about 10 minutes after the guy was shot, something like that. They phoned the police. Next thing you know, bang. Because it was like a big case. This was only the second time a diplomat has been shot in this country.
Yeah.
First time been assassinated, because the Palestinians tried to do it in 82, which caused the invasion of Lebanon. But they didn't kill him, he was on life support for 7 years sometimes. So this was a big thing, and me, like, I've given you a little history of my life, yeah, and people don't know who you are, how you get to where you got to, and so they just see the facade that you kind of, that you wear, what I mean? So, So then I'm thinking, shit, now I've got to go to Luton for the magistrates, to go to Luton, get after 12 o'clock, because I'm a student, I ain't got no money, so I'll get a single return. I don't get to see my brother again. I get to see Masura. He tracks me down at the college, and he makes out, because now I'm just like, you bastard, you know what I mean? You complete and utter fuckwit, how can you do that to somebody who,
Would be a friend.
is supposed to be your friend? If you want to, why didn't you ask me when you come and said, yeah, Mo, we want to do this, because he probably realised, I'll go, are you nuts, you know what I mean? But, and then he's saying to me, I'm going, well, what are you doing? And he's going, I'm going to Wales. And I thought, he's probably going fucking opposite direction, you know what I mean? So then I go back to, so the case gets adjourned for reports or something like that. I go back to Leicester, and then for the next 2 weeks I try to act normal, pretend that I haven't been involved in anything like this. And so that was on the 5th, the guy got shot. On the 17th of February, it was on a Friday again.
So the Friday after?
There's
Okay.
2 Fridays, I think. 2 Fridays.
2 weeks after,
2 Fridays
okay.
after? Yeah, 2 Fridays.
Mm-hmm.
17th. Yeah. So, yeah, it's, about a week and a half after, something like that. Anyway, I get 2 policemen. Sorry. So I get a knock on the door on a Friday. I don't have any lectures, so I'm just lying in bed. It's about 10 o'clock in the morning. One of the lads comes running, Mo, there's cops there at the warden's office asking for you. I went, oh shit. I thought, I remember we had some Colombian weed and it was really good. And I don't know about weed that much. But I thought, I've got some seeds here. I might be able to grow them or whatever. So I had some seeds there. So first thing, better throw them out of the window. I don't want them to give them anything to hold me by. So then I jump back into bed, pretend to be normal again. Forget that I've got the poster of McBull on the wall. But then even if I took it down, it looked dodgy anyway. So anyway, they knock on the door. Yeah, who is it? Oh, can we speak to you? I say, yeah. So I'm just like in my underpants. What do you want, mate? And you can just see him look, and I've got a poster of David Bowie, I've got a poster of Marilyn Monroe, and I've got a poster of Maqbul Butt. And they've gone, bang, yeah. So they've gone, we want to talk to you. I said, yeah, I'll come in, I'll make you a cup of tea. They went, no, I want to talk to you down the station. I went, all right. I said, look, let me nip across the road. I get a packet of fags. I nipped across the road. They let me go. You know, if I was going to run, that was me guilty, innit? You know. So anyway, they've took me down to the police station. Now, I had a bit of a weak alibi, which I knew would stand up to a little bit of pressure, but not much. When I went down to Luton, there was a mistaken identity case that pulled me in. Some guy was driving taxis, the same name as me, on the same road. And I went, no. So when I came back, I told the lads, I said, listen, I've had this kind of issue. So if the coppers ever ask you, just say, I was with you guys that weekend and I'd found out about the football game and everything that had happened. So, do you know what I mean? So, but I knew that, you know, if there was any evidence, it was over. But as long as there was no evidence, it would, you know, tolerate a tiny bit. So anyway, on the 17th, they take us in. Right, so I'm down there for 12 hours, from 10 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock at night. It's on a Friday. They go start looking for me alibi. They can't find anybody because everybody's out. They're on the Riaz. One of the lads, he's in hospital, Duncan. He used to have kind of like all kinds of stuff, you know what I mean? Diabetic as well. So he's down there and they've spoken to him and he said, I don't remember. I'm on a lot of medication, mate. I can't remember. So they come back and then they give that, we're your mates. We're going to let you go. We don't have to, but we're going to let you go. But let us know if you're here. And I'm like, yeah, of course I'll let you know. You know, I'm your best mate, all of that one. So they let me go. And they go, oh, we'll drop you off. Where'd you? And I went, no, it's all right. I'll walk, yeah. They went, no, we'll drop you off, yeah. So they get on. So I just take them the opposite way to where I'm going. We're going to the Wagon and Horses on the London Road. And I swear, yeah, we got to the bar. And, you know how much when stress really hits you, yeah. They go, we go to the bar, they go, what do you want to drink? And I went, I'll get a pint of pills, yeah. And they got me a pint of pills and they got a pint each for themselves. And I swear I knocked it down in one go without thinking, yeah. It just went boom, and like that. And they've got a big gun from there and like it's on. So anyway, and they're looking around to see if anybody's showing out to me, you know. That's what they were looking for. Anyway, they let me go. Then the coppers, they pull me. And then after that, I start seeing two men sitting in a car along the roads that I used to go where, where I'm going to my lectures and stuff like that. There's another two there sitting there where my thingy was. My hall of residence, the Leicester Royal Infirmary was at the bottom. The prison was just there. And the football ground was just there as well. So the turnstiles, we got in there having a drink, two big beefy guys. You know what? When they're after you, you can spot them, you know. So then they come into the turnstiles. Oh, the superintendent wants to talk to you. I've gone in, had a chat with the superintendent. He's let me go again. By this stage, they've caught one of the guys. Yeah, they've caught Qayyum, the guy who was like with me there, right?
How did they catch him?
Right, so when they dropped us off at Narborough Road in Leicester, they said to him, he was supposed to be going to Bolton, he had some relatives, they said, look, get out of the country. Yeah, as quickly as you can. You don't live here anyway, so get out of the country. Yeah. So I'm under the impression that they're all gone. So during this time, I think it was on the 10th of February, I phoned Luton, and I couldn't ring home anymore because I was hearing kind of noises, on the phone. So I'm thinking they're listening. So then I was ringing this taxi service where I knew the guys who worked there, I knew those behind the control, so I could talk to people there. And one of the guys says to me, he says, Azzy's gone, and this on the 10th of February, Azzy and Masura have gone to Kashmir. And outside of Kashmir, when I say Kashmir, I mean the Pakistani occupied, they call it Azad Kashmir, not the Indian occupied part, yeah. So I thought, well, if they're gone, that means everybody's gone. If everybody's gone, then there's nobody to point the finger at me, which gave me that false kind of sense of security. Qayyum gets captured on the 21st, going to Holyhead. From Holyhead to Dublin. Now, he wasn't to know, but that is the hottest route, because the IRA were using that route all the time. So he wasn't really to know, but whoever's advised him, he's got you could get a British visitor's passport in those days from the post office. He's got his cousin's ID, and he's got it on that, and he thinks he can go there and claim asylum because Ireland are against Britain, but obviously he doesn't know, So as he's going past and he's like trying to, slink with a couple or something, they pulled him over. They've opened his thing, and inside it, he's got his ID, his real ID, the credit card and stuff on his name, Qayyum Raja, and then he's got this British visitor's passport. His cousin's name, Sark Raja. Yeah, mate, come here, let's have a chat with you. The other thing with him was, this is quite a funny one. I know it's not funny, but he had this scarf, and this scarf had like really long fibres, and it was like have you seen those macaws, those really bright parrots, and I said to him the first time I see him, I'm wearing all in black, you know what I mean? And I said, where'd you get that scarf from, mate? And he's going, I got it in the Pigalle, I got it in the flea market in the Pigalle. It's very, striking, So anyway, he had that scarf with him. Now, what had happened was that when they'd done the forensics on the body, they'd found this fibre. And that was like, bang on top. Right? So that's when they pulled him to the side. A, they've got him that he's not got the right ID. And B, when they've sent that off to Match, that's Match. So now they've got him. Now he's telling them the stories. After a few days, he's told them the story. He's called me Mohammed. But, by this stage, the net's closing in. Then we get to March the 1st, that night, February 29. I've gone out. I think Pete Burns was playing Dead or Alive. Dead or Alive, Pete Burns, at the Union Bar. I'm watching that, and I come back and they turned up and they were like, there was a one carload. They were like ZZ Top, mate. They had big beards. These guys were like 6.5 foot, all of them, and they had big beards like that, you know what I mean? They would have been like the Taliban if they weren't white, So they had one carload of them, and because they'd just come in, they went, Mohammed Riaz? I said, yeah. He said, can we talk to you in private? I said, yeah, all right. Go in private. They went, right, you're nicked. No, pace or anything like that. None of that. You're nicked. Right. So I get in the car with them. They're taking me to West Brom Police Station, as it turned out. Along the way, there's PC Reynolds and I think it's Turner or something like that. I've got the name. So one of them's like, he's being the friend, I'm sitting at the back. The other one's turning around and punching me and then going like, we'll throw you out of the thing and we'll do this and we'll do that. But they're telling me the whole story, right? And not only are they telling me the whole story, they're telling me everything that I haven't done. So they're saying, we know you didn't do this. We know you didn't shoot him. We know you weren't there. We know. So, and it was like, and then I know that obviously somebody's said, So when I get to the police station, Qayyum's there, and this other guy, Sadiq, the one who came with Musarat when they asked me to come to Birmingham. He's there. They've got these paper suits, the forensic paper suits on, and they've, you know, obviously written statements and stuff like that. And so he's, yeah, bang on top, bang on top.
What were you charged with?
Charged with conspiracy to kidnap to start with. Yeah, and that's what they had us, yeah.
They're going to charge you with conspiracy to murder as well.
In the end, they charged me with murder and unlawful imprisonment, but to start with, I think it was just conspiracy to kidnap. Yeah, that was the holding charge. But then I was like double cat A and stuff like that. I was in police custody for a week. Yeah, and in those days, I think, and that was the Prevention of Terrorism Act, 1975. It was down to that.
Wow, so there you have it. Part 1 with Mo.
Yeah.
Wow.
We've got a conspiracy to kidnap that's going to end up in a murder charge.
Yeah.
And we've got the backstory, Kashmir, Luton. We've got the Charles Bronson story that we opened it with. His book is 300,000 words, which is 30 hours of audio. So let us know in the comments what you thought about part 1 today. Would you like to see part 2? And please support Mo in what he's doing now. He's turned his life around from all this stuff. He's got his channel. And are there any other places online you'd like people to support you? Any links we can put in? Any
Socials?
Pardon?
Do you have any socials?
Any?
social media?
Social media. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you know what? I got kicked off Twitter for... God, I swear to God, how mad is this, yeah? For calling rednecks. That's why they kicked me off. I'm totally kicking me off.
YouTube's the same. We've got to be very careful what we say.
I'm kind of getting onto that, you know, that how I use my language.
So you're not on Twitter then?
I'm not on Twitter.
Banned from Twitter.
What about Instagram?
I'm not on Instagram
Facebook?
either. I'm on Facebook.
Do you want me to put your Facebook with this and your YouTube?
Yeah, go on. Yeah. My Facebook's Mo Johnny Yen Riaz.
Send that over then. All of Jen's links are down there in the description box. And huge thank you for watching this today. Let us know what you think in the comments. We will see you next time. Take care. And give us a hug, Mo.
Yeah.
I'm a hugger.
Group hug. Well done. Cheers.